Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is the VALORANT Oceania Tour 2021. We're on to stage number 2 now, of course, making our way through slowly. Stage number 1, it was such a great run. Now, obviously going into close qualifying number 2 of stage number 2. We'll get into all that shortly, but my name is Mitch Conky Cannon. Alongside me is Mitch Pilipowski. How are you doing, Mitch?
Doing fantastic. Always keen to get back into some more Valorant action. And, I always seem to take a little bit of a break between drinks. So keen to get back into it after, taking a little bit of a detour into some other games.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Nah, it's awesome to be able to, sort of dip the toes between Counter-Strike and Valorant. It's got that extra flair, but also another special welcome to everyone on the Valorant channel. It's pretty special to be here, getting around it, whether, you're in NA or Europe or wherever in the world, welcome. It's an awesome pleasure to have you here. So if you're not one of those people that's been tuning in on the LPL channel, let's go through the tournament, explain it to give you an idea of what these teams are going to be playing for. So again, we've already been through stage 1. Now coming into the latter stage of stage 2, there will be a third where obviously this is all points accumulations right now. All the teams are doing their absolute best to prove themselves in the region at the top before obviously we move into the latter stage. So again, just to sort of break it down a little bit, each stage has 2 open qualifiers with then obviously 2 closed qualifiers, which brings it all to the top 8, the regional qualifiers, where the teams ultimately do go ahead and play for those points. So again, we're already into now closed qualifier number 2 of stage 2. Shortly around the corner will be the regional finals for stage 2, and then a repeat in stage 3. That ultimately all builds it up to make our way to the Oceanic Championship, of course, which is going to be sort of later on down this year towards September. And then, of course, over to North America for that last chance qualifier. 2 special Australian teams are going to be joining their fellows in, of course, Sonics, who have been doing worlds over there to duke it out for those spots at obviously the Valorant Champions all the way in towards December. Mitch, sounds pretty good to me, man.
Well, of course, yeah. You got your open qualifiers into multiple stages. There's so many matches for these teams to improve and impress, and also just try to prove themselves and accumulate those points to make it in towards that chance to do what everyone wants to do in this region, and just head across the pond and prove that they have what it takes to take it up against the best. It's the same for every esport title. We are a minor region, but we always want to try to make it over there and prove, like the boys over there on the League of Legends world have done, that they can make it with the big boys.
Absolutely, we can certainly all duke it out, and I can't wait to get to that portion. But of course, prize money. It is an element of surprise that will be brought through. So after we do get to it, of course, the top team's going to be duking it out for 4,000, second 3,000, third 2,000, and fourth 1,000. Obviously, we're hoping in future, once everything does start to settle up, we're going to be expecting lands and everything like that. But also, we do have that Vodafone MVP, which is gorgeous to be coming across. Each individual member chosen will be given the 250 Australian dollars, which is excellent to have a little bit of a bonus on top. So, let's sort of have a little bit of an idea of what we've actually been seeing in some of these closed qualifiers as well. That's what I mean. Right now, in the last run, we obviously did have the teams managing to get the top 4 being brought through. And there's some of the highlights that we did manage to see. I saw some really explosive stuff. Of course, there's not going to be some teams that are repeating themselves because they have already made it to that regional. But man, seeing obviously Order, Direwolves, Mindfreak, all doing those good things. And yeah, it's bringing it all back right now watching these highlights.
Yeah, it's been pretty awesome to watch the trajectory of some of these teams. I'm specifically watching a lot of the up-and-coming teams at the moment. I've been very impressed with Bliss, who obviously did quite well in that last qualifier that you're referring to. You see some clips of them right here. Obviously doing great damage, not only against the teams that they're expected to beat, they're sort of become that ultimate gatekeeper team, but they're also testing some of the better teams, and I'm keen to see if that upward trajectory and that improvement does result in them actually having a crack at going overseas, because that would be quite a fast rise to the top for them.
Absolutely, and I think the cool thing about the stages in the qualifier is the fact that, of course, we're already going to see 4 teams go ahead. That kind of gives a little bit of open space for some extra teams to come out, and obviously that's what we're going to be seeing this time around. 8 almost different teams. There are some repeat offenders, as I did mention, but of course, as we check out that bracket right now, the 4 best of ones that we start off with tonight. Mindfreak, a returner, versus the Bandits, who are an interesting one. I've only seen a little bit of them so far. Followed up by Nebula versus Direwolves. Again, Direwolves have had a team that has sort of shown some really high results, and then, of course, sort of dropping back a little bit. A new one, McBTS versus Tyrant, and, of course, McTeam versus Paradox. And, that's a really exciting bunch, because it means not only off the start, we get to see all of those 4 teams duke it out in, upset territory, where those BO1s lie normally.
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard to, predict the results of a lot of these games because you do have a lot of up and coming teams. You do have some teams who lack some consistency. But what I always like about, watching the subtop and watching some of these teams is number one, just how consistent can a team like Mind Freak, for example, be at putting some of these teams away or some of those gatekeeperish kind of teams. And number two, you obviously get to lay your eye on some new talent and see who's up and coming in the scene, who's in some really good form at some of the most important stretches of competition that we have leading up to that finals.
Absolutely. And, why not introduce ourselves to those players now? Of course, first up, we are going to have Mind Freak. So no, unfamiliar faces right now, except for Cal, who is one of the newest additions. We did recently see Lakers, of course, retire from the competitive Valorant scene. But, Cal has just basically slotted straight into that jet spot. We've got what? Typically, your Smoke Sentinels has been picking up the Astra a lot more recently. Norson on your Sentinel, of course, running around with the Killjoy and the Cypher. Scroll, the main man on the Sova, and then Pex sort of swapping around between your sort of Raze Reyna. So incredible team across the board. They have sort of had a little bit of a fall from grace. At one point they were getting really hotly, closely contested to order, and then they did start to fall back off the top. But Mitch, you mentioned these guys. Sort of, what are your thoughts on them right now?
I know Calth very well. I did play with him in Valorant in the team that I played in for a while. I've known him for like almost a decade, I think, and obviously Watt as well. You've got a lot of good names on here and a lot of veterans, so they're obviously quite an impressive team. But let's take a look at the other team that we do have to spectate for ourselves tonight. And it's the Bandits. So these guys, I haven't got as much of a chance to watch them, but they're, for me, just like another one of these up-and-coming teams in Oceania that are trying to prove themselves and have only just made it past that open qualifier stage into multiple tournaments, this being one of them, but also in that Rising Heroes tournament as well, where they've gotten to test themselves up against some really quality teams. So this is where we're going to start to see this roster sort of develop and try to get a good gauge for what level that they're at. I believe you got a chance to watch it once or twice, though.
I did, yeah. So they had a best of 3 on the weekend, and it was a funny one because the map that they lost, Issa wasn't there. And I remember seeing Issa say in the chat that they only lost because he wasn't there. And look, ironically enough, he came back in and was dropping some really big numbers on that Sova. So he's going to be a person that I'll be keeping the eye out for. We've just been given notice that Ilu will actually have VOT fill in for him subbing today. Hayes was doing some great things on the Viper. I'm thinking, though, obviously we've just had that recent Viper change, changing it from, I think it was 1 point of HP decay down to 30 now, or back up to 30. So that'll be interesting to watch out. Then, of course, Yuna, sort of more on the duelist area, and then CJH on the smokes. So, yeah, man, look, I think it's a team, as you mentioned, that has really sort of started to push back and get through some more of these open qualifiers lately. But that brings us to our head-to-head. It is going to be the Sova matchup. So Scroll, a player that we've seen for quite some time, very consistent, and Issa, hopefully actually being able to step up. The Sova sort of takes a little bit of a step back sometimes, mainly the supportive agent, looking for those assists and everything like that in the info. But yeah, Issa has proven that differently. So it's going to be cool to see these two face off in the server as well.
Absolutely. Issa obviously being a pretty decent performer for them in some of their series. However, these two teams played against each other 5 days ago, I believe, and Scroll was top statting for his team and Issa was bottom statting for his team. So a bit of a Sova diff there. Keen to see if it's going to continue as a trend in this series or whether we'll see something a little different because obviously Issa can step up for his team. We've had some good series from him, at least looking at the statistics, and Scroll isn't necessarily the person that I expect to be carrying Mind Freak either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's going to be a bit of pressure on Calth. Obviously, Watt's been looking really good on the Astra, but that's the coolest thing for me. Bandits, I'm super excited to watch them grow, super keen to see what else they've got to offer, how the agent pool sort of lays around. So that's going to be determined by, of course, the maps. So we do actually have the veto available. Of course, it is going to be the removal of Icebox from the side of Bandits, and then we're going to see Mind Freak ban Split Out, Bandits ban Bind, Mind Freak banning Haven, and then we end up on Ascent. So very open map, Mitch, sort of the Jet Prowess area, I guess, seeing the Reyna do well. But Hayes was bringing out that Viper, which is a very interesting one.
Yeah, so we had Bind and Ascent between these two teams last time, and neither of them were particularly close. For me, I think this matchup should be reasonably cut and dry for the most part, just going off the fact that Mind Freak's by far one of the top and most consistent teams in our region, just sort of set the expectations for viewers that might not be as familiar, whereas Bandits, we haven't seen too much for them, but they're looking to cause the ultimate upset and try to come out over the top of Mindfreak, who they've already had a chance to play against them in a different competition. So let's hope they've got a little bit better of a feel for them and they can have a much better performance this time around and see if they can try to pull a map or maybe even an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the pressure. The situation is always, right? Mindfreak, they have been up towards the top. They've almost beaten out Order, who are, at the moment, sort of ever since Sonics did take flight over towards North America, and they've been doing some great things over there. Order really stepped up and tried to seed themselves in that place. They're going to be gunning for that first spot over to the North American champion, the Last Chance Qualifiers. So I think, if they start, as in Mindfreak, they start to fall away, it really does start to tell. Hopefully it wasn't just Lakers that picks up and carries that team through, because the rest of them are all pretty fantastic. And I think Calf has slotted in quite nicely to that jet spot, obviously. But yeah, that's exactly where it sort of positions, right? Anything can happen at a BO1. We've seen it over our years in casting, and that's what makes these kind of nights a little bit more chaotic and exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a best of one definitely changes it up from a BO3. You're talking about a MR12 format. It could definitely go either way. Pistols can be a big factor. Obviously, the way that Valorant is at the moment, it's not too figured out. You do get a little bit more of that variance where people can have big pop-offs with their abilities and things like that and win a really important round, break people's money. See it happen all the time. So especially in the BO1 format, it's a big opportunity for Bandits to try to pull themselves an upset where in a best of three like they had in the other tournament, it might have been a little bit too tall of a task. So I'm keen to see if they can bring that red hot form and try to take advantage of maybe a Mindfreak slow start, which I've seen in a couple of competitions once or twice.
Absolutely. Well, look, let's not sort of push it back any further. Let's jump right into the game, Mitch. Of course, guys, once more, if you are just joining us for wherever you are around the world, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here. Of course, we are going to be moving into the first best of 1 of 4 in the evening, of course, for the Valorant Oceania Tour. We're into stage 2. It's closed qualifier number 2. The teams who are successful in this leg will be facing off against the victors from the previous end to go into those regional finals, racking up the points to see who will be representing our region over in North America in those Last Chance Qualifiers. Man, it's Ascent. Mitch, I'm excited. Let's get straight into it.
I'm excited as well. We haven't got to cast in Valorant yet, Conky.
No, we have
done
not.
a couple of counter-strikeies, but no Valorant just yet. Bandits starting out on that attacking side, so the onus is on them to really get that momentum rolling nice and early, and that's what we want to be seeing from an underdog team. You want to see them bring this sick little momentum into that attacking side and just get off to an excellent start for themselves. An interesting comp from these boys. They obviously are running that Viper, and I've seen them run that Viper on most maps, which is an interesting stylistic choice that is unique to them for the most part. Little drone up short here into the two-man crossfire, Mitch.
Hex will be holding on, does manage to pick up one, but I love this double up into the cheeky corner. The gravity well is going to force them off the spike as well, and that's going to be what? Very clean onto the 3K, and that's just as quickly. The individual in Haze on the Viper is alone in a 1 versus 4.
It's an absolute shutdown. Not only does the man triple up, but he also gets that gravity well down, which just completely shuts down that short push. The drone being a bit of a tell that he can drop that star, and he does it to great effectiveness there, just shutting down the pistol before this has even gotten started. So it's going to set Bandits a little bit behind the 8 ball when, in my opinion, they need to be in front of it. Haze seeing if he can grab himself any kind of exits, but the turret does reveal his position, and Scroll just going to peek out and take his head off. So an extra little exit frag or ending round frag, I guess you could say, for Mr. Scroll there will help him towards his Sova ult. And I'm sure if he can farm himself up a couple of eco frags as well, that'll help him out on those ults for himself. Have seen this two duelist comp from Mindfreak before on this map. They do really like that Pex Rainer. He's quite flexible with his agent pool, seen him playing quite a few different agents for himself. Whereas obviously some of the other boys don't really swap around too much. Pex is really the main man who kind of changes his agents most often for Mindfreak.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of seeing Calf almost exclusively onto that jet. Have seen him on Raze, which we'll see, how that sort of does pan out over time. But, a big open map like Ascent, of course, happy to cruise around. And there's the opening pick onto VOT with the Marshall. But I think the interesting thing will be, and, one sort of observation I had about the Bandits was, Viper is such an interesting pick. She's so strong right now, combined with the Astra. But I did notice that one of the things that I saw from Bandits is that he had all these crazy sort of lineups, but maybe not the experience to actually put all the fundamentals together. So it was kind of maybe a little bit out of reach. And, you know, despite some good showings, we didn't quite get to see everything that we wanted. But there we go. Calf picks up one more. Pex gets another. And bounce it around. Issa does manage to find one through the smoke, but Pex will get the quick trade. Now Issa, last alone in a 1 versus 4. Should be relatively quick cleanup for Norson here inside Heaven. Info gathered. There it is. So 2 rounds, Mitch. Mindfreak will pick them up. And now we got to run into that bonus.
Yeah, has Calth got himself enough frags for the knives? Definitely not, but he's just going to be on that Sheriff with the bonuses. He lost himself the Marshal in the previous. So see if this bonus is winnable for Mindfreak. They did farm up most of those ults on the characters which aren't going to be as impactful. So the Jet and the Rain are getting the majority of the eco frags. Means that Norson and Skrull will have to wait a little bit longer for their ults. Let's see what Bandits have in store for their first gun round, though. It does seem like a bit of a default dance from these guys. The Viper Wall, very ineffective against Pex there. Maybe missed timing. The man who has got himself the Vandal and does go for the aggressive play over towards A main, already putting Bandits at a deficit in scoreline and also in terms of the players for this first round. So wouldn't be surprised to see these guys be a little bit hesitant, having a little bit less experience, but I would really just like to see them rely on the solid fundamentals that you see work time and time again, and just in this 4-on-5, group up, hit a site together, just keep something simple and maybe they can find some success. But at the moment, they do seem like they're really taking their time moving through the map, which is worrisome.
Absolutely. Sometimes we do sort of, push forward. A little bit of confidence sort of as a unit. Do get to see them, take over. But at this point in time, they are just going to play it nice and slow. I do actually like to see that the Vandal came out on this bonus. You know, sometimes it can catch them off, despite having to drop down to a little bit of the lower cash. But now they are heading slowly towards B. Norson and Skrull are actually going to be there, and Norson is a pillar of, dominance over towards this site. You know, definitely one of the better players on this Mindfreak roster. Just super consistent, always relied upon. And despite the fact that these guys have Vandals, Mitch, that's 3 with the Spectre. Now it's all left on the CJH on this Astra, and with both these members on the side, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Does get the utility off, but it's going to be Skrull to close it. So Mindfreak live on with 3, and that was a well-found bonus.
Out of charges.
Yeah, it's worst case scenario here for Bandits, really. They're already the underdogs in this matchup. They've lost themselves the pistol. They've pretty convincingly lost themselves that first gun round, which has been followed by a handful of upgrades on Mindfreak. You can see their economy is just absolutely cruising along at this point. They're getting pretty close to some of those ults as well. If they farm up some of those on the anti-eco, they could be pretty happy with their progression in that regard. Bandits just going to take a bit of a Sheriff eco, which I guess you could say would be the weapon choice of a Bandit if he was to have one. See if they're able to find any damage here, because they really need to make sure they're slowing down this Mindfreak economy before it gets too far out of control. It's already heading in that direction now. Again, one of the duelers for Mindfreak is going to find a relatively easy opening pick uncontested.
You're nothing.
Oh, crispy. Nice and clean there from Pex, dropping down Yuna. So we'll be able to find it there. So still at the advantage. CJH might be able to spot out what, but no. Astra Diff here, we'll be able to find it. And then Issa, great shot. So at least a trade does come through. That's a gun that is recoverable, but it's going to just hold on towards the CT position. Hayes a long way away. So despite this sort of control that Issa has managed to pick up here, the rest of his only teammate with the spike a long way away. So yeah, here we go. Mindfreak, nice and clean. I think they've only lost, 5 frags so far. Yeah. So their money is looking very, very handsome right now. Super clean. Yep. And Calth can shortly go for those blades. He's actually going to go for the operator for the time being.
Yeah, Calth is definitely an op-centric Jet player. Did play with him a fair bit. He can op and rifle, and he's very aggressive-minded. This man, you're going to see him go all over the map and just take picks constantly and make his opponents very uncomfortable, which could be quite effective against Bandit, depending on how these boys are utilizing their utility to push the duelists around and limit risk in that regard. However, as far as Bandit's going so far in this map, I mean, I've already said it a couple times, but at the moment, they are basically playing Ascent on Nightmare mode right now. The opponent's economy is just absolutely cruising along. Calth is finding easy opening picks multiple times. I think it's going to be quite a difficult game for them. Let's see if they can just send it up short, but this time the Killjoy setup isn't over towards B, it's over towards short for Norse. So again, they're kind of just losing picks to the duelists and running straight into this utility setup, which is the worst case scenario for these boys.
Yeah, Cal's done well to find a couple with that operator so far, moving around in towards B main and then back in mid. But yeah, Bandits, again, a little bit split, and now that's where we start to see the confident players come out, right? Pex pushing all the way through B main, looking to try and find the frags on this duelist. Cal still holding onto the middle area, but, you know, with 40 seconds remaining, Bandits still not really gathering a whole lot, just walking straight into the crosshair of Cal once more. Yeah. Happy with the 3K there on the operator.
That's really all it is, essentially. I mean, there's nothing to get too excited about, really. I know you're itching to do some play-by-play here, Conky, but essentially it is Bandits just walking into crosshairs. That's exactly what's happening right now. CJH seeing if he can find some exits, but all things considered, again, 3 guns being up for Mindfreak, including retaining that ult, means that they are super comfortable. Their economy is about as good as it's ever going to get. And Bandits are still yet to really show us anything that's going to fill you with confidence of an upset here.
You know me, Mitch. I'm just happy to be here at this point in time. Getting to be a part of all the action. Oh, mate. The double up on the Mitch. That's, what, Sydney? 26th, 27th, mate. I'll be there. Have a little brunch, have a little cuddle. Can't wait.
Okay. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. There you go. Scrolls found an opening pick this time. It's just the anti-eco, so nothing to get too panicked about if you're Bandits. Yeah, just looking for some mid-control. Drone up short to try to limit the risk, and does push Calth off the line, but in the meanwhile, the boys on Mindfreak have both B and A main control, as if they needed to push anti-eco. They don't really, but end of the day, they're just feeling confident, and this is a dangerous confidence level for Mindfreak if you're Bandits. Don't want to be playing against them when they're feeling it.
Absolutely not. When the mood is high in Mindfreak, they certainly can be a dominant force, and that's what I mean, right? You know, when you've got Pex pushing into that wine area, getting the opening one of the haze, Unit doesn't afford himself with the trade. CJH, not quite. I think Cal's a little bit lucky to be alive there now. What? Over towards the side. A little bit of action coming on through now, Mitch, finally, as it starts to pick up. Down to the 3-on-3. That's a crispy shot from CJH there. Cal will go down. So it is on to the Sentinels. Of course, Scroll do have him there. They're going to have to wait for the lockdown to go through, Mitch. So at least they've got a little bit of extra time.
But haven't really utilized that time to set themselves up with great confidence. All retreating back into A main. Means that Norson and Scroll can potentially isolate some of these angles and clear out the site, which they're doing now. However, the post plant could be favorable for Bandits. They do have that Sova ult right now.
Oh, well done from Unut. That's already on for 3 here now. Will he be able to pick up the final one? Gravity Well, the big suck will be there. Looking to take down 1, and Issa. Nice little sharp shot. So Bandits back on the board. They at least do manage to find the 1 here, and it wasn't in a buy round either. They basically just sort of were able to push back, I guess, onto the individual peaks that came out from Mindfreak and overwhelm them towards the end. But it was, yeah, again, I suppose, off the back of a couple of individually big performances so far.
Yeah, I think these are the kind of rounds that you see a lot of the time, you know, in a game like this, where one team's getting a little bit maybe overconfident, pushing all over the place, taking individualistic peaks, and when they get punished, then you end up in a very disadvantageous situation, and Bandits is able to take full advantage of that. Calth, another opportunity for him to find himself an opening pick, but luckily, Bandits haven't lost that first player. So they're going to start out this round a lot better than some of the previous. I'm keen to see whether they find themselves a little bit more success here. They're taking some in control, but getting disrupted, and the Hunter's Fury comes out from Sprawl in combination with his drone and does find, again, a man advantage for Mindfreak.
Well
Bandits
done.
Consistently playing from a one-man deficit is going to be quite hard for them to stomach. Again, they're going to try to make their way up short here, Mitch.
Taking the time, need to go and recover that spike. Una will find it just outside towards top mid. So once again, sort of keen to find their way up short. It's obviously split through a long. We'll be able to destroy that recon vault there. Hot inside the Astral form, able to throw a couple more stars down. So just once more, you know, Mindfreak using their utility effectively to sort of keep them at bay. They've not really had the opening opportunity there. The Poison Cloud might give a little bit of a gap. Alf, missed opportunity once more. Hayes, great shot to open up the site. Now moves back into a 4-on-4. They should be able to find the spike plant here.
Doing quite a good job. Watt's starting to put a few spanners in the works, but there's the Viper's Pit out from Hayes, who is a bit of a Viper specialist himself. Unfortunately, he's missed his orb. In the meanwhile, Norson getting ready for this retake, just chuck down the Killjoy ultimate there, which is going to flush most of the boys out of the site into Pex on the flank here.
Huge positioning from Pex on that reverse, but no, he whiffs it. VOT's actually going to be able to find it, and that's all three members getting out of there over towards A long. They are a fair way away, though. The turret is going to be destroyed, but VOT moves back in. Scroll still sticking that defuse. Do they have enough time? Yes, they do. Very nice utility usage of the Viper's Bite over the top, the Snake Bite, to actually get that burn damage and ultimately win out the round for Bandit. So, okay, I'm impressed. Good utility usage.
Yeah, there you go. You were calling the lineups before.
I was.
Didn't necessarily get his Toxic Orb into heaven there, but he's done well enough, not only on that sharp shot opening up onto the operator of Mindfreak, but also getting the ult down, using the spits there onto the site to close out that post plant. So well done from Hayes. I'd say he's essentially won the round for Bandits there. Let's see if they can continue on this trajectory here. Ooh. Just an initial little Killjoy nade in there. Try to disrupt the peak, but it's not going to flush Pex out of the corner. This drone might, though, but with the star in position, it's going to allow that gravity well, or the smoke in this case, to go down and just keep him safe with the crossfire on Watt. But you can see Bandits very keen to isolate him. Meanwhile, the operator's getting drawn over to this part of the map, though, so if they're walking in trying to trade Pex there in the corner, they may lose a pick to Kauth, who's already on the line, but nice positioning from CJH, doesn't overextend. In the meanwhile, they're going to start to split A. Or are they second guessing themselves? They've got so much A control. They've got a pick, but they're going to choose to walk back from Catwalk and go towards A main here. I guess they just want to hit it one-dimensionally, I suppose. Maybe assuming that you're going to have a majority of players from Mindfreak hiding, holding cap, but in the meanwhile, Norson, he's pushed all the way through B main, and there's the Astral straight across main from Watt. It's going to start to isolate some of these angles.
Does go the one on the opener, but I don't think they've actually managed to spot out Watt yet. Just on the other side of this toxic screen, might be able to release his way through if the information is gathered as soon as it goes down, but no, it's going to be VOT to pick up one more. That is the second for him in the round, and all of a sudden, this game is quickly turning onto its head. Bandits have got a lot of momentum behind them now. Kauth with the Bladestorm available, but it's a 1 versus 4. Turret's going to gather the information, and unfortunately, VOT does give his life up, but I think it's going to be a little bit too much, so I don't really know what Kauth actually has to save at the moment, but it's okay because he's just going to have to move on and take an opportunity. Oh, he's got the operator still. Good stuff. But yeah, taking pretty much only that into the next round. Bandits affording themselves a third.
Yeah, I like the way that you described it, and I think it's what I'm seeing as well from Bandits in the pre-show, which is you said that, you know, these guys might not have as much experience, but they definitely know the ins and outs of this comp, and they have some cute little strats to come with it. And I'd say that, you know, they are in some situations being given opening picks by Mindfreak, but it's what you do with them, right? They had a slow start into this game, and you see so many underdog teams just kind of roll over and die after things don't go so well. But you can see Bandits, when they find that opening pick, when they find their way into a post plant, they know the ins and outs of this comp to be able to stall out that post plant and be able to consistently pick themselves up rounds. And that's what you're seeing from them time and time again. And I'm keen to see, now that they're testing Mindfreak a little bit more, if Mindfreak are going to start to give them a little bit more respect, maybe stop playing such one and done angles and feeding up those picks, or whether it's something Bandits are going to be able to continue to replicate here. As we do have somewhat of an anti-eco. It's a bit of a dangerous one, as Mindfreak do have an operator and a few rifles, but in the meanwhile, Bandits have pretty easily made their way onto that B site and are going to get that spike down, but not before losing Hayes on the Viper, which is going to mean that they're going to lose a lot of that utility for the post plant, as well as the wall.
Start Pex again on the flank, won't be going for the whiff though, does actually manage to find it, so still the advantage, despite Bandits being given the opportunity, free reign into the site. That will be the Cosmic Divide going down now. That one is going to be used by the Bandits, though, so Yuna gets to pick up the back of it, so does VOT, and now they look to reposition, getting around the site. That's going to be the lockdown thrown in too. Pex does find the re-entrance, but CJH good on the trade. Pex also to go down to the hands of VOT, and unfortunately, once again, it's all left onto Calth, and despite this sort of motley half-buy, you know, it's not really netted them any form of success. We'll be able to find a final frag, but he's going to have to just pretty much get out of there. It's going to be VOT to live on. Might go down to the Radio Knight in the end, but it's not going to matter. It is a round, and Bandits close the gap. Oh, Calth. A little bit shaky today.
Yeah, missing a few sitters. He's always been a man who hits the hard ones and misses the easy ones. After all said and done,
90-degree window,
I'd agree with you there.
Draken thing?
The Draken thing? The what is it, 30-degree window?
30-degree window. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you can't hit him. Money's pretty strong for Bandits, so they're not really going to care too much that they dropped over a handful of rifles. They do have a couple ults to work with as well, particularly that Sova ult. Into another buy round for Mindfreak. Calth has obviously retained that operator, and it's in 3 players towards mid looking for picks here. Going to lean heavily on the Killjoy towards B. Sova darts coming out from either team. The jet smoke not lasting long enough to get rid of that dart, or at least offset the entirety of it. So the dart actually pretty effective at pushing off that mid pressure and giving Bandits a little bit more room to work with in middle, maybe find a little bit more control, but that's not necessarily what they're going for here. In the meanwhile, bit of rotation coming out from Mindfreak. Norson chucking his alarm bot down in middle as they worry about that mid control coming in from Bandits and don't really have any information on Mindfreak, but Bandits aren't going for that mid control. They're instead going towards A main, and Calth is again going to find another opening pick, this time hitting one of the easy ones, which is going to kind of throw caution to the wind for Bandits there. Down a man here. Calth again changing up his position, keeping things difficult for them, and Bandits just waiting for additional peaks, but at some point they've got to make something happen. 40 seconds on the clock. They've lost the man advantage. They don't have too much map control. They've got to make something happen here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be very, very hard to throw Calth off of his position. If he hits the shot, it's going to be an easy tailwind out. But, oh, I feel like I've jinxed him a little bit there. Now, surely the entrance in towards that site will come out. At least Calth can start to reposition. The Poison Cloud's going to keep them at bay for just a little while. But once again, you know, it is really this utility from Hayes on the Viper to be allowing them to get their entry into towards the site. Spike's going to be planted. And now they're trying to set the post plant. What does find an opener, but CJH good for the trade.
Yeah, a couple of those shock darts coming out onto the default position, as well as that Astra smoke into heaven. Bandits just trying to keep themselves safe on the site until the retake comes out from Mindfreak, and they have a chance to actually close this one out with that Sova ult. Let's see if they find any success here.
Recon Dart not going to quite find the information, but still hitting under. There we go. That it will be the shot through heaven. Yuna going to be able to find the wallbang onto Calfee, and now Pax making his way through. Will be able to get the old cheeky heal on the way back, but now it's Issa in the 1 versus 2. Has the Hunter's Fury available. Is going to be able to tag up. Gets him off once, but I don't actually know if they've got enough time. Issa to find Scroll. Pex does get the frag, but he has to get the hell out of there, and that is going to be another round picked up for the Bandits. Mindfreak, they sort of, you know, almost got to the finish line with winning out that half, and now they've sort of tripped on themselves, and it's tied up in a way that we did not think was going to sort of start to occur so early.
Well, it's just Bandits. Every time they get a post plant, they win it. It's as simple as that. Doesn't matter what position they're coming in. Man advantage, man disadvantage. If they can get on the site, and Mindfreak a lot of the times are just letting them walk into the site and playing retake quite heavily, and they're just not effectively able to come away with these retakes most of the time. And that's where a lot of this impact's coming in now. The contest towards B main, the triple push on the half-buy here for Mindfreak might catch Bandits off guard a little bit, and so far so good. It is a one-man advantage for Mindfreak, and they're still not giving up that B main control. In the meanwhile, a couple of rotations over. Norseman with the push into short does spot out Hayes, as well as that Sova ult coming in, just blinded to B connector and Scrawl. You can tell he's played a little bit of Sova. It's just excellent placement from him, tracing on all of those lines. Now it's all down to Hayes, an absolute chaotic round. See if he's able to recover it for Bandits.
You love the chaos that these BO1s, though, bring, right? You know, I don't even know if, you know, how much Mindfreak and Bandits have sort of, you know, scrimmed together or anything like that as well. But it is just, yeah, back and forth, up and down, everything happening. And that's one thing that I do sort of notice about Mindfreak a little bit. You know, maybe in the games where they don't sort of put the pressure on themselves enough, they sort of, you know, going into, say, a matchup against Order all of a sudden, or formerly, you know, back when EXO was here, now Sonics, they did seem much more confident. Whereas, you know, again, they did get to the point where the confidence was starting to bear out, but then they start to slip up. They push too many angles, and yeah, Hayes has been spotted, but 30 seconds, he will fall at least a bot. So some recovery, some, you know, ease here for Mindfreak as they do find at least 6, but they desperately need to win out that 7th to make sure that they can sort of solidly move into the next half.
Yeah, it's going to be a close half no matter which way you split it. Getting down towards the pointy end of things now into the last round. One off his Killjoy ult could find that if they are able to farm an orb in towards A or B main. Going to be pretty difficult to farm that orb towards A main where he's heading though, because you can see again it's the double dualistic combination with the Astra pushing onto one of the extremities, which could definitely make this round a little bit messy yet again here, Mitch.
Turret goes down, but it will be destroyed quickly, so it doesn't look like any early engagement just yet. It's good, being the good use of the toxic screen once more to sort of gather that extra information. Calf will be tagged up, has to fall away. So it's a bit of a stalemate, the old contest for territory though, right? And Yuna in the end does manage to get the orb, which will allow for the lockdown later in the round, so that's going to be very useful later on. So I suppose you could call that a dub for this time.
Oh, definitely. They use that Sova drone through just to be able to limit the risk, push that duelist off the line, push the operator off the line. It's exactly what you want to be doing. In the meanwhile, Bandits with that Killjoy ult, they've got the Astra ult, they've got the knives available to themselves, but not as big, impactful of an ult as the former two. Bandits will be making their way over towards B here, where Norson is by his lonesome, relying on his utility in lane as well as the alarm bot to keep himself safe, but he's going to have to vacate the site here. Definitely doesn't want to be caught on the way out though, and Watt's going to throw down a smoke for him to keep him safe for the time being, at least until that Killjoy mine does finish off, but he's going to get caught on the way out. Kalth is going to find a pick onto Hayes towards A, and in the meanwhile, Bandits have actually made their way into A on the timing, taking advantage of those rotations coming out from Mindfreak, who were trying to make their way back towards B, and Mindfreak want to go for the quick rotate. They know that there is plenty of Bandits players out of position who are only now just coming up Cat, so they're trying to come out heaven, but the suck is definitely keeping them at bay here, Conky.
Absolutely, but Watt does force his way in. CJH will go down, but Issa gets one more. Make that 2.
Oh.
It's all left on the Pex here. Inside the 1 versus 3, we'll be able to destroy the turret. But 2 members up in heaven. This split has actually worked out quite nicely for the Bandits. Pex trying to walk on in, but he's so hesitant. He's so cautious, trying to find the frags here. Yuna is going to get taken very low, but 1 bullet has to start to get moving on up. Needs to go for the reload, running on out. Not quite enough time. And Mitch, do you know what that is? That's going to be a tied half. 6 rounds. Picked up by the Bandits. I certainly wasn't expecting this one.
It's gorgeous. It's exactly what you want to be seeing from them. Great resilience to be able to come back from a 5-0 deficit and go 6 for 1 in the later parts of that half, I believe. That's absolutely excellent. Every single bloody time they got into a post-plant situation, they won it, which is very, very impressive, very, very confident, and very proficient on that attacking side, the Bandits. But now they have to show that same proficiency on the defending side, and that's where they're going to have to be, once again, pretty clever, and also going to have to be individually quite strong, because, you know, although Bandits, they have been showing some individual prowess, a lot of it has come down to the comp, a lot of it has come down to the broad stroke strategy. So now that we move over to that defensive side, we're going to have to see the individual skill come into the equation for Bandits and see what they have in that department. Do see VOT on the jet, trying to go for that opening pick with the Sheriff. In the meanwhile, Hayes is getting caught on short, which is going to create an opening for Mindfreak to make their way into this A split here, Mitch.
Norton's already slotted his way through as well, and that's a great shot found onto VOT, but CJH will be able to activate, looking over towards the sides, and damage dealt underneath the door as well. Kalth now just needs to not over-aggress here. They still do need to find the spike. Norton will be able to get it down onto the other side of the generator, so they do set the post plan. It will be the advantage going the way of Mindfreak. Information gathered, but they're just going to wait a little while longer. Kalth does have to reposition. What though, with that frenzy, finds another one onto the opposing side. So Mindfreak, they are looking pretty good here, trying to hold on for a little while longer. Both members will be aggressing all the way up towards short. Damaged felt, but that will be what, finding a probably third here, but he does run out of bullets. A little bit chaotic. but he will run in now, dropping down Issa, and Mindfreak get a 7th on the board. They did take a lot of damage in that round, Mitch, but look, at least they will be able to kick on with 4. That sort of stacks up towards their bonus a little bit nicer. But yeah, look, Mindfreak, one thing that I sort of did want to mention is that when they are confident and moving as a fluid unit, especially on a map like Ascent, where you can really sort of force the narrative through those choke points, you know, all the way through A main, splitting up short, and even just a full-out execution through mid and B main, you know, I do see them do it very well against the premier teams in our region, so that shouldn't change up here.
Almost got a heart attack. Thought what wasn't gonna buy armor. Yeah, I think Bandits need to be careful going aggressive on a character like Viper when you want to be trying to go for a bit of a retake towards A. Hayes going down so early there with the Viper wall across A main like he's doing it here is going to be a little bit of a liability. B main being taken by Mindfreak here as Yuna goes down trying to go aggressive with that Sheriff, find some damage. It's just a save here for Bandits, so nothing too crazy. Mindfreak just going to dash across and close that switch as we often do see and just get this B execute kicked off. Tex farming up some eco frags, a bit of stat padding from the man as Mindfreak getting that spike established on the site here. See if Bandits are able to find any exits here, do some damage to this Mindfreak economy before the bonus comes in, or whether Mindfreak will yet again get another glorious start to a half and force Bandits to respond, which they did pretty well, but forget about it. A couple exits coming out there from Bandits, some nice frags to keep the economy a little bit lower, and it's going to make this bonus a little bit less effective here.
Yeah, even after the Devour, unfortunately for Pex, he did get his head ripped off. Watt does manage to find one more, and VOT, unfortunately, cannot do the additional damage needed. But it's a round like this where, you know, you're only facing off against an eco. The classics and the Sheriff still can do so much damage. And time again, you know, we see the money sort of ripped away from them. So here in this situation, you know, moving into the bonus now, they're only going to have the Sheriff, only going to have the Frenzy, it looks like. One Vandal will be in the hands of Norson. So at least that's something to rely upon slightly. But I think Mindfreak are going to have to do something nice and quickly. Otherwise, Bandits may very well overwhelm them here. But still, for the time being, no operator for VOT. He's going to have to wait somewhat until the next couple of rounds.
Keen to see what the boys on Mindfreak are going to do. Cheeky little one-way with the Viper orb on top of the lamp there. Always good to see a couple of these lineups in the opening stages, as we do have a bit of a pause, breaking up the momentum. Obviously, a pretty important round coming up with the bonus into the first gun round. Bandits don't want to be tripping up on a round like this. You can already see Mindfreak about 3+ K in the bank on most of their players. Means that if they're winning a round like this, like they did in the previous half, pick up a couple of rifles, it's going to be pretty hard to slow down the snowball of momentum that they're going to be taking towards the tail end of this game, getting pretty close to double digits at that point. So Bandits, they don't want to even let that be a possibility. They want to get the momentum rolling nice and early, but with a couple of players on light armor, some of these lackluster weapons, quote unquote, are going to be a little bit stronger for Mindfreak.
It all depends on how they're played from time to time, right? You know, how many rounds have we seen in this region where Sheriffs will reign supreme? Even the classics to a degree, but no, of course, you know, Bandits, they're well set. They should be able to at least do some good damage, and, you know, Mindfreak at that slight disadvantage. So hoping that they do something as a unit, find the confident positioning that they do need, take advantage of this double duelist composition, which should fare them a little bit more on that attacking side. You know, seeing members like Kalth try and break up the space, use of the Tailwind, of course. Pex is there with the trade, you know, can use the Devour to heal back up after taking some early damage, but it is going to be that hard, really fast A hit. There we go. Bit of movement, looking to get in towards short. The Cloudburst will separate the positioning, but CJH, good opening pick, and that's actually kept the spike back. They do start to pick up the space, so now VOT, he's going to be dropped down by Norson.
Yeah, you do just like to see Mindfreak on a bonus round like this. Keep things relatively simple. Just a bit of mid-control straight into that A site. Spike goes down and a couple of Killjoy mines going down as well to try to delay in the post plant. And Mindfreak, in contrast to Bandits last half, are playing on the site. They want to fight for the retake here, but CJH is finding a couple of picks on before they're even making their way into this retake. Is definitely going to add a little bit more punch to this Bandits attack here.
Absolutely. Scroll does manage to find one on Hayes, though, but CJH there, good for the trade. 3 big frags for CJH. Unit to collect one on towards the end as well. Not too tight. They do get the defusal relatively easily, and Bandits picking up 7 here. So now the interesting narrative starts to sort of create itself, right? How do Mindfreak play up in this next round? They're going to have the full purchase in. Whether or not they'll pick up the Operator, unlikely. You know, we'll likely just see, yep, there it is. Calf going for the Vandal. Every single member will have one. And Hayes, unfortunately, has to sit back with just the Judge. So, you know, despite the good utility usage that we were seeing on the attacking side from that Viper, has been a bit of a slow one. But then again, you know, it's not all about the frags. It's about how the team moves together. And yeah, you know, obviously they've got only within 1 round of Mindfreak. So still an opportunity here to not only tie up, but then break the economy of Mindfreak and push forward.
Yeah, a couple of close angles you can play with that Judge. It's going to be a little bit more problematic once it makes its way to the retake, not really so much in his A positions. And I think Mindfreak running a bit more of a defaulty round, going to take some mid control towards that pizza side rather than towards short. Drone through A main from Scrawlers, just clearing out those areas and making sure that they aren't lacking any information or giving too much information over to Bandits, who could find a bit of a timing push. And now Mindfreak starting to mobilize themselves with this market control. It is a 2-man setup in the back of that B site behind the Killjoy utility for Bandits. So they're sitting quite comfortably back, giving a lot of control and information over to Mindfreak. And that's a little bit dangerous, just sitting back this much and allowing Mindfreak to get up in aggressive positions like this. You've got to be very aware of what's clear and dirty, or you're going to be finding yourself getting abused on those rotations, getting cut off. Mindfreak now starting to get this B hit kick off and see how effective it'll be.
Hunter's Fury does manage to tag up onto Yuna, has to reposition now. What? Running straight through. They do have to find the additional member inside the boat shed, though. Great use of the Nano Swarm to force him out. And now that spike is going to be planted. The Cosmic Divide actually not really helping out the Bandits in this situation. And there you go, pulling out the Judge. Unfortunately, he's not going to quite find it. And out of nowhere, a very clean, flawless round from Mindfreak. I really did sort of like how, you know, again, despite obviously giving so much sort of passive nature and allowing Mindfreak the control, in the end, I didn't see Calf overstay his welcome, because there was obviously VOT sitting inside that heaven position waiting to see if anyone pushed through towards CT, but it just didn't happen. And ultimately, we see the split come through market, and Mindfreak is successful here. So they're actually going to send Bandits into the same situation Bandits were looking to send them, down to just the pistols, the Judge for Yuna. And Mindfreak should be getting away with this one if they don't make too many mistakes.
Well, 2-man aggression towards main, but the drone is just going to push them off the line. Mindfreak just keeping things simple. Wolfpack straight towards A main, all of them sending it in together, but they need to be careful of the Judge. Yuna could go absolutely huge, and he's actually going to go on the aggressive. Does a lot of damage to Calf, but Pex, who's already got the ult down, is going to heal himself up quite nicely. So some limited impact here for Mindfreak, even though they've lost that first pick, and a lot of map control. Hayes already on the flank. Meanwhile, the Astral ult is going to come in from what here, just cutting off that A site. But they have a cleared tree here, Conky, and they haven't waited for the door to close, so they're going to lose another pick going into the site. And what's only now just going to put that spike down.
Peppering some damage under through heaven is going to be Pex, but the Empress doesn't have too much longer. The Astral Divide will go down as well, Cosmic Divide. And now CJH in this position, trying to make his way in. The door is going to be destroyed shortly. Information on the other side of that alarm bot. Norson is going to be able to find it. So Issa up in heaven, going to be taken down by Norson. All of the CJH misses a couple of important shots with that Sheriff. And it's going to be Norson with the 3K, solidifying the 3-round difference for Mindfreak. The lockdown has been made available now as well. It is actually on both sides. We can see the potential for the Bladestorm to come out in the hands of VOT as well. Maybe drop over a weapon to a teammate. Issa, a little bit low on cash, but he's going to go for the old classic Behold Odin, the wall-bang spray. But yeah, Mindfreak have come to a little bit better form. You know, I think a lot of people have been expecting a much wider scoreline here, but now Bandits, they've done really well and punished a lot of Mindfreak's overconfidence, and now that's where we find ourselves. So Mindfreak need 3 more to close it out. Let's see how they go.
You got a Killjoy ult on each side. Scroll is quite close to his Hunter's Fury, though. If he's able to find a orb or a pick, then he may be able to get rid of the Killjoy ult on the other side. Bit of a slower round once again for Mindfreak, just defaulting out, clearing the extremities, making sure no one's pushed too far. VALORANT. In the meanwhile, Pexus is going to take a duel in towards CT and find that opening pick there. The Killjoy comes straight away down for Mindfreak towards where they found the pick. Pex is even going to find Esau on his way out of the site and close the switch. So he's just taking control of this round for Mindfreak, as we know he is prone to do from time to time. They're going to get that spike down on B and cruise themselves to a fairly easy round win, unless someone from Bandits goes reasonably large.
Uh-oh. And as you say that, we do see Hayes find at least one, but Norson and Watt step up to the plate, and that's going to be Mindfreak locking out an 11th. Nicely done from them to continue this recovery. So yeah, Pex has been quite a standout here, which is not exactly surprising by any way, shape or form, but it's good to see that, of course, he does manage to pick up the momentum on that Reyna and creating the space that the team needs. Cal following sort of slowly behind, and then the rest of the team all the way in. So Mindfreak at least coming back to form after a little bit of a shakier start.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see a lot more of those lopsided duels coming out. I mean, you saw them in the opening picks, opening duels of the attacking side from Bandits versus Mindfreak's defense. But now that Mindfreak is able to actually take a little bit of control of the momentum, forget about it, forget everything I said. Fort's just legit walked into A main and hit Kauth in the head with a nice clean knife there. So man advantage for Bandits, who are just on a half buy, but once you find an opening advantage like this, you're starting to feel things a little bit more. Potentially could be room for an upset here. Mindfreak just split up 1 and 3 apiece, mostly towards A main, looking to try to punish anybody who's getting over enthusiastic here towards A. But so far, Bandits are just making sure they're keeping themselves nice and disciplined. A little bit of a gun juggle away there, making sure that nobody can get their hands on the Vandal and be a bit of a danger as Norson starts to poke around middle. Mindfreak just running the clock down, waiting for someone to get over enthusiastic and not really being given anything. So good discipline from Bandits here.
Yeah, I'm happy that VOT has actually sort of sat back, still holding on to that Blade Storm. Obviously does have the tailwind available despite being in a bit of more of a one and done position. But they are actually going to settle back. So where do they go from here? Where did the side of Mindfreak actually choose to end up? Pex is going to start to regress up towards short, and this is done well. They've managed to pull the rotate a little bit. So all of a sudden, once upon a time, Bandits had 4 members towards this location, but now they do start to head on in. But there's VOT, does miss a couple of shots. Only the one blade left now, unfortunately, does miss, gets taken down by Scroll. And that spike does start to come in, or actually does it. They need to get it down, and they need to go down quick. Potentially a push position for CJH, but not quite. Now it's up to the remaining 2 members of Mindfreak to do their best to lock this one down for as long as possible. Hunter's Fury will come out, but Issa can push on in. Great use of the teammate, but it's not going to be. Mitch, somehow that round has very much been turned on its head, and Bandits get away with murder.
Oh, that's the second time they've won a half bar like this. So I can't say I'm too surprised the second time around. They do quite good work with, you know, a lackluster weaponry, lackluster utility. They've shown it twice so far in this game. So that's a bit of a boon for them. At the same time, though, you go and look at Mindfreak's economy, as well as the fact that Kauth has access to the knives. They're not too upset at losing that round. They still have plenty to work with going forward in the half. And that, at the same time, is not really necessarily the kind of round that I'd expect Bandits to consistently replicate. Although, at the same time, they do have a bit of an ult advantage. They've got the Viper's Pit, they've got the Sova ult, they've got that Astra ult coming in. So a couple of great ults that can be used to hold down sites or perform extremely consistent and effective retakes. In the meanwhile, though, Mindfreak again going quickly towards middle, taking this control, but the Killjoy, I believe it's Yuna over on the side of Bandits, looking to contest this time around rather than give it up, and the Jet ready to spam through on VOT to offer support.
Oh, hate to see it. That's the old classic. Reyna's dinked. Wait a minute. No, she's not. She's fully healed. So Norson also able to pick up one more here as well. VOT has a very, very large task. Does he push at the opportune time? He does, but Pex finds the trade. Now CJH to go for it. Line him up. Just running at him, trying to duke it out one by one, but Pex wins every single time. Now it is all onto Hayes. Hasn't had the greatest game, and he will be taken down by Scroll. 4 members of Mindfreak live on a much smoother round, and they line themselves up. Map point here.
Yeah, you do see Bandits back to a gun round again, kind of lose to Mindfreak's plan A of taking that mid control, getting up in towards Market and Pizza and just creating all kinds of problems. And although Bandits didn't fully give it up like we saw in one of the previous gun rounds, again, they just really couldn't hold it. Peck's just coming in there, obviously with the heal, like you did say, being that ultimate trade fragger and being a little bit too hard for Bandits to deal with. So it's a map point here for Mindfreak. Bandits one last gun round to show us what they're made of. This time again, the Viper wall across middle, but again, no respect being given from Mindfreak. Pex as well as Kauth, just both of the duelists walking straight up into middle. Nawson's got full control of B main and info over there. The Sova of Scrawl has found info towards A. Mindfreak know exactly what they're dealing with. They've got quite good map control at this point. They're quite happy with the position they're in.
So setting back, looking to pick up that spike and try and sort of capitalize on this extra space that has been created. If they're able to find the gap in this B-side defense, I think it could very well be a closed out map. Issa has already started to go for this rotate to gather that information, does have the recon bolt available. Will he be able to spot out anything though on the way up? Doesn't actually want to use it just yet either. The 45 seconds remain. There's the alarm bot to go off, and that pulls the rotate away from CJH as well. Don't quite find anything inside that nebula. Norson will be able to live on, but they do now put out this assault on towards the site. And the good thing is, Mitch, I think they're actually going to be able to gather this one up pretty for free. Pex does find Unit through the smoke, gets all the information in towards CT as well. Inside that Empress, there's one, there's two, there's three. Love to see it from PD Pex now as he moves back in towards Market. It's going to be onto the other side of that door. Where does VOT go from here? Pex is on for the ace. What a way it would be to close it right now, Mitch. He gets the information, has to use the Leah, gets it up, gathers, no, not quite. Unfortunately, can't do what he needs to, but it's all on the VOT in a 1v4. And that should very well be the closer here, unless he pulls off something phenomenal. And there it is. Map number one, Mitch, will go the way of Mindfreak, and they've done well over Bandits, but I've got to give credit to Bandits. That was quite an entertaining run.
Yeah, look, their attacking side definitely had its merits to it. They did better on Ascent than the last time they played Mindfreak about 5 days ago, and got a pretty similar scoreline on the same map. So I think it's pretty clear where Bandits sit in comparison to Mindfreak. A pretty tough first opponent to be having for themselves, but they gave a good accounting for themselves on at least one of the sides. So I don't think they can be too upset with how that one's boiled down. And hopefully, if they move on further into the future, they can do a little bit better and learn from a couple of those mistakes.
Absolutely. And of course, guys, you know, what would a game be without an interview afterwards? And we've actually pulled in one of your best mates, Mitch. We've got Lewis, or better known as Watt, in the server with us right now. How you doing, Lewis? How was that game?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, it went pretty well. Bit dicey in the first half, but we managed to close it out.
Yeah, no, well done. What sort of happened there? I suppose, you know, you guys had a really solid start on the defense, but then we saw Bandits really start to break through, you know, some good Viper utility, and same from the Astra. What was sort of happening in Camp Mindfreak there?
Oh, I feel like the Viper, we haven't like scrimmed against many people that play a Viper on Ascent, and it's kind of strange to play against, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like we just got a bit stressed maybe, and we were overthinking things, and I just said like we're just individually better than these players. We just need to play our individual games, and we'll beat them. And once we started doing that, we turned it back to our favor. That's it.
I had two questions for you. First thing being, obviously you're playing with Kauth now, and you had Pex as a stand-in for a while now. You've added him to the roster. Do you feel like you keep stumbling into these CS veterans and picking them up after giving them a bit of a go? And how are you finding it playing with a few more experienced heads that you might not have had a chance to play with in the past?
Yeah, it's definitely always with Valorant. I always think that the CS experience carries over so well. So it's really nice to get like more of these top players that played professional CS just for their view on the game and their input. It's much better. It's like you can pick up like people that have never played FPS before, and they're like super sharp, but they just don't have that experience, and it definitely shows. Like I prefer to have someone that has a good head on their shoulders rather than someone that just like drops 40 kills every game. And
how are you finding that attacking side? I noticed you guys kept walking up middle and just like pretty much finding it for free. Is that something that you're expecting to encounter a little bit more resistance, and you're just finding yourself a lot of map control and then kind of, you know, walking into one of the sites, or was that something that you kind of had a read on?
Yeah, I feel like we just got a read on that pretty early on, that they were pretty much giving up mid and just playing like pretty solo on the B site, so it was pretty free just to split it every round. They weren't really fighting mid control that much, so it seemed like the easiest option for us.
Cool.
Oh, Awesome. Now, as usual, man, any final sort of words before you do close it out and take the next step forward into the next area of the qualifier?
Just want to shout out my my sponsor Logitech and our manager Brad, and Ark and our coach.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much to WOT for coming along. It's always good to get the insights of the players after each match. But look, Mitch, we're going to pretty much roll it back. We do have another game, of course, coming up next, which is going to be Nebula versus the Direwolves. This one should be, I guess, on paper, a little bit more hotly contested. So I'm very much looking forward to that one. But guys, don't go anywhere. It's been a pleasure to have you all, and we'll see you back very soon.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya. Oh, it's still in the garage. Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. We are obviously in now stage number 2, close qualifier number 2. We obviously just had Mindfreak take out Bandit 13-8. It was an exciting match, but you guys also know what's exciting. Of course, a nice brand new LG OLED TV. Unleash the power, next generation performance, brought to you by LG OLED. LG OLED TVs not only have G-Sync compatibility and its self-lit pixels, but can also match dynamic console refresh rates up to resolutions of 4K to reduce motion blur and stuttering in game. So make sure you guys do check out lg.com/NZ for more info. But now that we've got that through, guys, of course, welcome back. If you guys have just joined us, my name's Conky. Alongside me is Pilski, the double Mitch whammy for you all on your screens this evening. But Mitch, yeah, break it down. What did we see in the past one?
Yeah, I mean, we basically saw a game between Mindfreak and Bandits, and Mindfreak is one of the better teams in the region at the moment. Bit sort of gatekeeper-esque. I sort of draw that comparison with a lot of different games that we watch where we have teams that are trying to be the up-and-comers. Obviously, you have to play some decent teams at some point in time, and when that kind of team is a gatekeeper team that usually is trying to keep you down, things don't usually go too well. And although you might have your moments, the other team will usually walk away with the victory. And even though it was a best of one, that's essentially what we saw. A couple of good moments from Bandits, a good attacking side, but a couple of things that they need to work on, which is exactly why they're playing competitions like this one.
Yeah, exactly. It just sort of throws me back to the time where Mindfreak, similar competition, right? They were versing Paradox in, I think, stage 2 close qualifier. Oh, yeah, 1. And it was a very close match. You know, the Beer 1 really strikes and catches them off guard. So, but we do have another one. Of course, there's going to be 3 more for the evening. This one time around will be Direwolves versus Nebula. Now, Nebula I have seen a fair bit of, but not for a while. Direwolves now a little bit more fresh in my mind. You know, similar sort of thing with the Direwolves. A lot of players that come from a CS background, but plenty of new faces, you know, a bunch of sharp players. They're sort of settling into their roster a little bit more now. But yeah, so super exciting. So let's bring in the rosters at no further ado and give you a little bit of an introduction. So first of all, it's going to be Nebula, of course, Jesse, Tax, Dragon, Royals, and Minimize.
Yeah, so obviously Jesse plays most of the time the Sova and the Rays for these boys. Tax is their new recruit. He's often, playing a duelist role and sort of having a bit of fragging impact. Dragon's kind of the standout, bouncing between the Viper as well as the Jet. Rails is the Smokes player, and then Minimize is the IGL, and the man a lot of the time will be on a character like Sky, but sometimes if Dragon shifts across to a duelist role, the man likes to play a little bit of Viper himself. And these guys play an interesting brand of Valorant, always got some cute little strats up their sleeves, so they're quite an entertaining team to watch. And they've definitely been a team that's on the rise throughout Rising Heroes, and now heading into a competition like this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome to see these teams sort of really start to duke it out. But another one that isn't so unfamiliar, of course, you know, the Direwolves. They've been around, they're up and down. They sometimes have these absolute shines of brilliance, but then sometimes fall by the wayside. However, it is a really solid roster fundamentally. And of course, it's Wrath, Pain, Lu, Jun, and Mist. Wrath has been sort of, you know, picking up more so like the Breach. Pain, I've really enjoying seeing him on the Raze as of late. That's been exciting to see. You know, star player in Lu, obviously on the Jet, once again, super consistent, very sharp. Jun, the Sentinel, the Smoke, the Cypher more so, and obviously Mist, who is sort of more around the Astra at this point in time. So very exciting. But yeah, Mitch, again, you know, sort of this roster, what are your thoughts on it?
We got a lot of people who have quite a bit of experience coming in from Counter-Strike. I did not know that Mist was playing for the Direwolves, and I love myself a little bit of Mo. So I'm keen to see what the man has in store. Did see him playing his trade for Overparlor Strike, so I'm keen to see what a veteran like him can do slotting into a team that might be on a bit of a downward trend, but now in these BO1s, I definitely want to see them putting away Nebula and doing it convincingly to regain a little bit of that former glory and make their way through the rest of this tournament.
Absolutely, but of course before the game we actually managed to have a bit of a sit down and a chat with Wrath, so let's hear what he had to say and his thoughts on the game.
My name's Dill, aka Wrath. I play for Direwolves Valorant team. All of us, we're all pretty good friends. We've known each other for years. We've been playing together since the beta pretty much. We decided to officially make a team in September last year. Our coach Mist from Overparlor Strike, he's subbed in for us. He'll be playing for like the next couple months or a month or so. So he's sort of taken over the IGL role for me so I can sort of play the game a bit and take a little break and learn from him because he's a smart player. There's definitely been major adjustments, but there has been pros and cons, but I'd say the pros definitely outweigh the cons because he's obviously a very capable player. He can call, he can frag, brings a lot to the team, a lot of communication, which like sometimes we have a bit of issue with. So he's always like loud and clear. Yeah, we're pretty confident against like most teams, I guess. Like, you know, I've been playing competitive for a while, so it's sort of hard to be like mentally affected coming into an official game. We know our strengths and our weaknesses. We're trying new comps obviously at the moment because we've had to slot Mist in, so we've sort of jumbled that up a bit. So Pain's like off the Sova, playing the flex like duelist role. I don't know, it's like been a fresh slate for us. We've all got a goal together and we're all working towards it, and there's like no better feeling than hopefully taking out some dubs and maybe like possibly getting good enough to go overseas, because I know we can do that. That's the end goal, and I don't think like we're going to give up until we give it a proper shot. If we can do this together and make it, then it'll be worth it for sure.
Well, there you go. Some awesome words from Wrath. Now, formerly did go on to Kyoto. It was, I just sort of had some flashbacks, you know, thinking about him talking about international. You know, we used to see him under the international banner quite a bit, you know, big team, obviously back in the Tainted Minds days for Counter-Strike and things like that. So yeah, awesome to see and get some really great words out of him. They're a great team, you know, fundamentally. And I do think, you know, ever since Mist came into the roster, the pressure has been taken off Wrath a little bit, and he really stepped up in a couple of games as we saw in Rising Heroes over the weekend. So yeah, but maybe that's going to be the opportunity for him to really get the, you know, formula set back, and I think Direwolves has a lot to prove.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they're going to come out with, because obviously they do have Mist stepping in for them. They're kind of been on a little bit of a losing streak. Like, they haven't had the greatest of run in these last couple of games. So I'm keen to see if this is a stage of the tournament that they're going to turn things around in, having obviously a little bit of a stand-in situation there. Might, like you said, relieve a little bit of pressure. Maybe they're not really having too high of expectations, and they can have somewhat of a honeymoon period, maybe improve some things. And that's what they're going to definitely need to do heading through these best of ones, but also heading towards the end of this, regional stage of this competition.
Absolutely. So without further ado, let's check out the maps. Of course, you know, it's going to be that full run veto to find out what actually does end up at the final sort of stage. And it's going to be Haven. Okay, so the cheeky little three-sider, you know, a map that doesn't, I really feel like, have any sort of strong side. You know, it sort of depends on how each team kinds to play it. You know, on the defense, it can be very challenging to lock down the sites. A lot of the time, you know, having to sort of play retake towards A and C, or try and collect some early, you know, area on the map to really establish that dominance beforehand. Otherwise, you know, it can just be whoever wins the duels earlier on to get the man advantage. So Haven can be very explosive, very exciting map.
Yeah, I have seen a fair amount of Nebula play this map. I'm keen to see if they're still running that same comp that they were before. They do like to lean pretty heavily on those retakes, and they play a pretty interesting style and a pretty interesting comp, which I won't spoil too much before the start of the game, obviously. But I'm keen, obviously, to see what Direwolves have in store for us as well. They are a team that doesn't mind their haven, and I've seen them play quite a few games of it up against the best in the region, so they should be pretty well drilled on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's really sort of pivots around, how the players are feeling on the day. I've seen Lou super hot, super sharp, dropping 30s against the best. As you mentioned, Jun has the capacity to do the exact same thing. And I suppose that was the thing that sort of surprised me, but also got me excited, was that when we saw a little bit more comfort come out of Wrath over the last quarter, so the couple of, matches that we've had, he was doing really well on the breach. And I think, obviously, again, sort of super consistent in the way that he supports and gets those assists. An agent like Breach can be very impactful, I think, on depending on what map he's chosen. So the composition, that'll be interesting to work out what actually does come from that. Don't doubt that Lou will be on the Jet, of course. And then, whether or not Dragon's actually going to pick that one up as well, because he's been flexing around with some interesting agents. And I think that's what sort of excites me, in the fact that we don't just see the one sort of run.
Yeah, I think Dragon will be on the Jet as well, so that'll be quite a good Jet matchup if I remember correctly. I don't know if they've changed their comp since the last time I saw these guys play, but pretty sure Dragon will be on the Jet, and he is obviously a player who's quite proficient himself, quite a young up and comer in the scene, and he can have a big game. It's a big impact for Nebula here, but it's not only him. They do have a good little unit around him that can put in some work as well. So I think this could actually be one of the better games tonight. I'm looking forward to a pretty close one, I'm hoping.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But look, guys, there has been a little bit of a delay on the match start, so we are just waiting for the players to get ready to rock and roll. So we won't hold you up for too much longer. Going to send you over to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all four corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Hey guys, welcome back. Just a very, very quick one. We did want to give you a little bit of an update as to where we're actually at. So it turns out one of our players actually does have a Windows update, and we are basically just watching the update tick up at this point in time. So these things happen. Thank you guys for being patient. As soon as we do have a better understanding of where it's going to be, we'll come straight back. So we're not going to hold you guys for too long. So please sit tight. We'll be back very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again with the VALORANT Oceania Tour Stage 2 Closed Qualifier number 2 of 2021. It's been a wild year so far. Once again, if anyone is just joining us for the first time, my name is Conky. Alongside me is Pilsky. And man, we are just waiting a little bit longer. The Windows update has been completed. Players now joining the server, so we should be just starting very, very soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's an interesting matchup to be kicking off the BO1 stage that we have here. It's two teams on a pretty different trajectory. Direwolves obviously being up near the top of the scene. Some would argue that they still are, but they've been losing a lot of series to some pretty quality opposition lately, and a lot of the teams that have kind of been, punting their way up near the top, kind of taking them down a couple of times straight out of the zoo. Bliss, these are the kind of names that you've seen consistently making their way into close qualifiers and do some pretty decent things, take some good maps off good teams, and Direwolves have kind of been struggling against that kind of opposition lately, whereas Nebula, they're an up-and-coming team. They've only recently just started to get into some of these main competitions from like the open qualifier stage, but I do know they're a team that have been putting in a lot of work. They've been doing a lot of practice. They're a relatively young team. My problem with them and my worry for them is that they don't have a whole lot of experience against teams of this level of competition in official matches. They have a lot of scrims. They have a lot of practice against these kind of teams. But when it comes to the officials, this is, kind of a different beast sometimes.
Yeah, new territory, I guess, and what an opportunity for these players. That's why I suppose, the structure of this competition is set that way. So for each stage, 1, 2, 3, that's where the points are accumulated. But to actually get there, of course, it's the open qualifiers. There's 2 for each stage, or 1 for each stage rather. So, but then obviously the whole lot, we do have a pretty decent opportunity for the teams that are, not direct invites across the board or haven't really had a chance to show themselves, potentially new rosters, going in through those open qualifiers and then being able to, play against the teams that have been around the top for a little while longer is a great opportunity for the players to get that experience inside official matches because, obviously, as you mentioned, scrims, practice, they're great. It's awesome to see everything get put into motion, but until it can actually be applied, that's where the test really starts to sell. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity for Nebula. I'm actually sort of sitting over here thinking that Nebula could actually take this. It's going to have to be Direwolves really stepping up to show that they've still got what it takes and they're not on a downward trend.
Yeah, I think it's hard to call. It's a best of one at the end of the day. It's two teams that haven't played an official against each other before. I don't know if they've practiced as much. I know that Nebula often does practice many teams that are up near the upper echelons, like your Mind Freaks and things like that. And I do know that they do play a fair bit of Haven, both of these teams. So this should be a pretty good battleground for both of these teams to try to get themselves this first best of one win and also provide us what I expect to be a fairly entertaining game. But you never know when you have two teams on completely different trajectories and you have a crazy map with 3 bomb sites.
Absolutely. This map has had it all. I've seen, some really one-sided stomping affairs. I've obviously seen, really crazy overtimes and everything along those lines. But yeah, Haven, the 3-site map, of course, it can be a real big challenge on that defending side to try and lock down every single area, a lot of the time having to rely on those retakes. And speaking of that, trying to take down some control. Look at Direwolves set up the way that they are. 3 members ready to sort of attack towards that A-long area. But looking at the sort of agent selection, no real surprises for me there. And I'm liking to see that we do actually have a very versatile set. So Minimize on the Viper, Rolls on the Astra, and Tax on the Sky. Love seeing the Sky pick.
Yeah, so Nebula's actually changed their comp up a fair bit. They got Tax on Sky now, and they've got Jesse on the Killjoy. So that's an interesting change. I'm keen to see how it works. So far, so good, as Dragon's been flashed up in towards the top of that B site. He's going to try to establish that spike, and I dare say he's going to be able to get that on the ground and dash out to safety. So very quickly, Nebula getting themselves into a post plant here, and Direwolves getting ready to set up for that retake, but you can already see the kind of comp that Nebula's got. This retake is going to be difficult. However, the defuse is already coming out, Spam coming through the smoke there, and it's already halved by Direwolves, so half the job done, but they've dropped a couple of players here, Mitch.
They have indeed, and it's the classic 5-on-5 retake, but Jun can get straight back onto that one. Minimize, great use of the snake bite there. Jesse also good for another frag. And it's all left onto Wrath here in a 1 versus 5 as it stands. We'll be able to find Tax. But that was, in the end, actually a relatively clean round from Nebula. You know, a lot of utility sort of chaotic around the mix, but in the end, it's minimized. You know, again, dropping him off with that burn from the toxicity from the Viper. Getting it done.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of team comp from Nebula that makes post plants an absolute nightmare. You got the Viper, the Astra, and the Killjoy. So trying to get that spike diffused, even when you do have a fair amount of utility down, is going to be an absolute pain in the butt. And a nice little pistol win for Nebula gets them off to a great start here on this attacking side. And, you know, you would say they're reasonable underdogs in this one, at least considering the history of these two teams. Maybe not in the trajectories that we're seeing from both of the squads. So I imagine that that's going to be quite a good round to be winning. Just potentially settle any nerves if there are any. And so far so good in this round as well. The wall across C, nice little anti-eco. They're just keeping things simple, getting all into the same site. Simple basic pieces of utility, and they're going to try to get a gold plant down next to the double stack and set themselves up for yet another very strong post plant played entirely from long C.
All of them heading down long. Sometimes it can be a little bit challenging for them to actually hold it down when all the utility starts to come back and forth. But in this position, you know, only just the full eco, only the classics to really try and force the narrative in some sort of way. Dragon's going to be able to find one nice and early. There's a snake bite over the top. And Minimize will be able to find 3 with that Bulldog. Very, very clean. Now it's all left onto Lou here, just sitting in the corner, waiting patiently. We'll go for the peek and the swing in just a second. Or does he actually try and get them to bring up to him? It will be. Dragon does go for that pick, swings on up with the tailwind, and that's a nice clean round from Nebula. So they are on top for the time being. But then, as usual, we hit the bonus. And I got to admit, Mitch, with them obviously not losing any members at all, you know, they've still got the Phantom, they've got the 3 Spectres, and of course the Bulldog. So they're not going to have to take a step back to any pistols or anything. They can sit with what they've got and then really take it to the task against Direwolves if they're unsuccessful in this next round.
You can see Nebula. They're heading into their bonus. They're well within their comfort zone playing this kind of a style. I'm waiting to see what Direwolves' adaptation is now that they head into their first buy round, whether they're going to start to get a bit of a read on what's happening. Lou with a push straight down middle is going to find the opener, but he's traded out pretty quickly by Jesse, who's going to find himself a second as well up near B. This is going to have a bit of a domino effect here as Nebula try to establish themselves on towards this B site, but you can see the rotations have already come in for Direwolves, so Nebula just trying to deal with that flank from Jun. Well aware that they've lost a fair amount of map control, are going to make the rational decision of just slowing things down. You got 1 minute and 20 on the clock. You got the man advantage. You're able to set the tempo. Be able to make sure you can 100% this round rather than just try to force things a little bit awkwardly. So they're going to now just use that sky to gather a little bit of information, just suss out the map control, and hopefully they can find the right site here, Mitch.
Yeah, it was well done from Jesse. Lou, surprising he didn't actually take advantage of that tailwind early, despite the cheeky little walk down mid, and does get taken down and then not traded. So Nebula certainly setting themselves up for a successful result in the latter parts of the round. And that's the thing, a map like this, so broad, so much to cover, that they do have to sort of set up and only leave one at a site. It's going to be missed who does whiff the early shot. Pain does start to pick up and rotate over towards this situation. Poison Cloud is down, which does mean they can drop out and sort of sit back towards mid now. So a 4 versus 2. Oh, this is a sweaty lineup. You love to see it. Actually, not that sweaty. Kind of clean. It's just using the top of the roof. Cheeky little angle. And not even needing to use it. Tax. Got to find Pain. Got to find Jun. So this is cool to see. As you mentioned, Mitch, you know, they've changed up their roster style a little bit. Their agent pool is a bit more broad and different players obviously picking up different agents. But it looks like they know exactly what they're doing as they're going into this.
Yeah, Nebula's a team that puts in a lot of hard work. They do a lot of strat work, so it's not surprising to see them look so comfortable. I've kind of had the fortune of watching how they've changed up this strategy over time and changed up their agent pool, and I'm liking this edition of the Nebula Haven lineup. It's looking pretty clean so far. We'll see if that continues further on. I'm liking the anti-eco from these guys, just taking their time, using the sky to gather info, sitting back, again, just trying to hit the site with less risk in theory, with a lot of long-range angles as opposed to these cheeky little corners that you see over towards the A sewers or something of that nature.
Good opening pick from Jun. At least able to find one, but then traded out by Rules. Avenging Dragon's death there, swapping the gun out of the map as well. But happy to swap over. Oh, did he actually just potentially? Anyway, that's okay. Still only the pistols that they just have to face up against for the time being. 4 versus 4. But once again, Nebula, they're very happy to take the time game. Yeah, and I think he definitely took that away from his friend.
Yep. Liking what we're seeing from Nebula here, though. Again, just slowing things down. You can see the effect that has on the rotations from Direwolves. They're running all around the map. They're trying to stack sites. They're trying to work out what's going on. But realistically, they have very little info, and Nebula are just happy to walk hand in hand up onto this site. And this is exactly how you want to anti-eco. This is very CS-esque. You just, take your time, punish any additional peaks from the opponent, essentially give themselves enough room to hang themselves. But at the end of the day, this is a bit rough from Royals. Almost doesn't make it out of the site, but barely does. And again, with this God Plant, it's going to force Direwolves to take the duels with the players set up in C-Long here, Mitch.
Now it's just going to be the old classic line them up. Blue does manage to get in. Missed good with the trade, but Royals 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice and easy. Lines them all up inside the cubby of C-Long, and not really having to actually blow up any of those stars either from the Astra over towards the defuse. So Nebula have gotten away pretty unscathed here. Only 4 frags to come out across the board from the Direwolves yet, but now we see the comfort pick start to come in. It's going to be Lou picking up the operator, and of course everyone else with their full utility, full shield. And Lou is going to be trying to take that aggression down towards C-Long very early on and hold the deep line, which does mean that the rest of the team can sort of, split back, maybe sit towards the garage, pick up a bit more real estate towards B and A. And where will the contest lie? Who will find the opening shot?
Yeah, I mean, the Sky's the only one who can really push Lou off of these angles, and he's able to get a collapse so early on. Does a lot of damage to Jesse in the process. He really has to be the man against this comp that that Nebula's running to actually disrupt things before they can get into these scary post plants, and he's done an excellent job of that in round number 5 here. The second gun round gets his hands on an operator and immediately has the impact that we expect this man to, and Nebula are set back to the drawing board. They're just going to group up and try to hit towards this A site pretty early on, and Lou's read this one excellently. The man's already over here, posted up on this long A angle. They've got the Cypher with the trips towards short. This is looking excellent for Direwolves.
Yeah, the old Jet Wonder, right? All the way up in towards heaven, not overstepping his welcome or anything like that. Dragon will be spotted. Now they have the information, and they're pretty much going to pick up the pace here, Mitch. Onto the other side, the guiding light will blind him off, gathering the information as well. Jun, though, with that camera up, Tax gets the trade, now trying to pick up the pace here. They've already broken down the defenses slightly, but Lou gets another shot, and it's all to minimize. Very low on HP, does narrowly miss it, but Rat's going to be there to pick up the pieces, and a much better round from Direwolves as they get there first here.
Just all comes down to Lou, doesn't it? Gets that opening collat. Reads the rotation perfectly, heading over to Heaven. He took out the Astra 5 seconds into the round. Guess what? No Heaven smoke. Easy pickings for the man as he rotates over towards A. So very well read from the man. Either way, though, this is where things start to get a little bit more complicated. Almost all the ults ready across the board for Nebula. You could say the same thing for Direwolves as well. The game will definitely get a little bit more messy from this point onwards. Does seem like Nebula just with the pretty quick set play here, but Lou is once again already on the line. Gets scanned there by the bird, but unfortunately Jesse just not ready for the peek in towards short. Lou just constantly changing up his positioning is being a very big problem for Nebula, and he really seems to be taking over the game. So now again, Nebula have to navigate through this round from a one-man deficit. What will the play be from these lads?
Look at the switch up again. Back down towards long, can sort of reposition, doesn't gather any extra info. But I think Dragon's positioning down in towards short can sort of, create a little bit of extra space. Direwolves have now been, I guess, bored towards A. They've actually left the mark. Lou does get the call to send his way back, and it does look like ultimately we will see Nebula head towards that direction. So now holding that line, will he peek deep into short? Because he's the man that needs to gather the information. Main factor here, though, is we do see the ultimates available. Of course, the neural theft from Jun and some of the rolling thunder from Wrath. So that's going to be the Seekers sent out. And Mitch, the engagement, but that's a great use of the Cosmic Divide. Lou, unfortunately, is not going to be able to find any shots with that operator just yet.
30 seconds.
Yeah, these ults are going to be super effective, make the retake very difficult, but the Rolling Thunder makes it a little bit easier for Direwolves to actually get straight into this site. Viper Pit going down because Minimize found himself a pick, and Nebula now setting up for this post plant here, Mitch, as another 1-for-1 comes into short.
2-on-2 now, the last two members, they have to try and get it done onto the other side, but that's the utility again from Minimize to close the gap, and once again, the snakebite from the Viper is what can actually remove the member on the defuse. That's the thing, inside the pit, there's so many things, there's so many green just everywhere. How do you even sort of counter that? And yeah, Direwolves, unfortunately, despite the Rolling Thunder.
I'm telling you, mate, that's Nebula's style, all right? Just things everywhere. And when they get these ults, it's bloody scary. You're trying to, even though a 5-on-4 advantage for you, you're trying to retake that A site. There's a Viper Pit down. You've got the Cosmic Divide already down across the main choke points. It's an absolute nightmare to walk your way into that situation. The Seekers were already down. Lou, though, again, trying to be the man who makes the play here for Direwolves. Going to jump up into window and get himself already taken out by the combination of Dragon and the Wolf. Nebula changing up what their point of contact will be. Last time trying to go for a lot of A control, now working middle and garage quite a lot, but in the 5-on-4, they very much slow things down. Very well aware that someone would be looking for a flank here, and that's exactly what Jun is doing.
The timing, not quite there. Oh, a little bit off. It was good damage dealt onto Jesse, so at least he does sort of manage to create some additional space, but there's the overgrowth to be used out by Tax, of course. This Sky pick, man, it needs to come out more. There's so much extra in her kit that's available to sort of really help out the team, and especially the fact that you're seeing a lot more like, you know, Duelist players picking her up, just simply due to the guiding light. Get the flashes out. But now Mist up nice and close. The Hawk doesn't actually connect, I don't think. Tax does seem to be aware of it. But it really just depends on how they go. Oh, that's great utility usage there. Well done. But unfortunately, it is quickly traded, and it's still back into a 3 versus 2 as the spike goes down, Mitch.
Spike planted.
It's going to have to be the breach and Sova to get the work done. Darts and flashes going to have to be very effective here for the Direwolves to try to find themselves that info. Nebula played together on the side. Off the contact of the turret will be quite hard to deal with here, Mitch.
Information gathered, the Nanoswarm though will head its way back up. The Gravity Well going to be a little bit too much for Wrath. Payne does find one up inside Heaven, but it's actually Rurls here this time round. 3k on the Astra. And Nebula, they are really starting to take this charge out, and it really again proves how hard it can be to play that defensive side of Haven, and Nebula are just playing it to absolute perfection, keeping the Direwolves on their toes every single step of the way, and it's been quite beautiful to watch.
It's not the kind of comp that a lot of teams are comfortable playing against. It's like I said before, Nebula, they have their own little special spicy brand of Valorant that they like to play. Do like to take heavily from a lot of the teams that we see in Europe, these lads. So far so good. It's working quite well for them, and Rels is having a hell of a game for himself. Not usually the person that you expect to be popping off, especially because you do see he's got that wing roll, often sort of guarding towards C long, not expected to have the impact. But when you head into so many of these post plants, the man can really shine on the multi-fragging, and that's exactly what he's been doing. The bird there does establish the fact that Direwolves do have mid control. Nebula are aware of it. They're just going to, again, pretty no-nonsense anti-eco. Killjoy util on the flank, walk into the A site together. They are walking into a bit of a stack. Let's see if that ends up being an issue for them.
Yeah, members here, but again, not on the opposing side of the utility. Once again, those Nebulas are going to keep them at bay for a little while longer. Lou does do some good damage, and Mist actually manages to find one back as well here. Jun is on the flank. Dragon's caught into an awkward situation as well. Only 40 points of HP. Does look to walk up and try to get back onto that re-aggression, but Minimize. Great job. Jun will be able to at least find one. And that Cosmic Divide being down, is it actually going to be able to do a whole lot? Jun now walking up towards short. Tax is going to find a frag. The old cheeky Phantom sidestep, and that's going to be enough. 7 rounds now picked up here for Nebula. We are going to see another buy come out for Direwolves, but once again, it's going to be a replenishment of the Seekers, of the Cosmic Divide, and of course the Blade Storms. So yeah, Nebula just not really having any challenges taken to them.
That's the good news about the multi-fragging being so strong on the Astra as well as the Sky. You just get ults for days in pretty close consecutive rounds. At least the ult is ready for Pain here, who hasn't had too much impact on the Sova. A little bit difficult sometimes too when you're playing Retake Simulator and trying to get your darts down and all of that good stuff. Rels does seem like right off the rip, he just drops his Cosmic Denied straight across that B site, and they're just going to try to get the spike down right here. Nebula, in the meanwhile, you do see Lou has pushed all the way through C and got himself quite a bit of information, but they're playing from a post plant right off the bat, and unfortunately the Hunter's Fury doesn't find too much except for a couple of tags, but Nebula, still with 5 players surviving here, are going to head into this post plant and see if they can hold it.
Do they actually spot out Minimize? Jun should have been able to gather that information on towards the flank, and he does manage to at least get one here. Dragon on the other side of the boxes. All of a sudden, this is becoming a bit more of a winnable round, but they are playing so passive. They still will be able to rely on a little bit of that utility from Minimize, but he does have to get his way back into the window now. Onto the other side, Tax does drop Pain in the process, but Miss, he's on that defuse so far, Mitch, and trying to tap on towards it. Tax can't quite get there quick enough. And despite finding 3, Mist will be able to close the round, and that is an excellently played round from Mist. Direwolves back on the board, but still a lot of work that they still need to do. Nebula have already won out this half.
Yeah, and I'd say that, you know, although Direwolves pick up that round, it's not a convincing one. You can see the effects of that on their economy. They go down to 4 sets of light armor, only retain that operator. So if they lose this round, they're going to be economically reset. And Nebula, they're going to be cruising away with already quite a strong economy for themselves. Now Draken getting onto his own operator could potentially try to punish some of these aggressive peaks and info gathering from Direwolves. See if that does end up being a factor. At the moment, the Jets just going towards different sides of the map. And yet again, Lou is finding a fairly easy opening frag for himself towards that C-Long. And again, has been the main success factor for Direwolves in terms of impact.
The buddy system using that flashpoint to get him out of there as well, and he does pick up another once more. You know, as you mentioned, the rotates, he's so quick to do it. Now we do see Jesse trying to walk on in, but Mist is watching the location. Nothing coming through that Nebula this time round, and all of a sudden it's a very early 5-on-2. The main factor is Lou very low, of course does have the Blaze Storm available, but so does Dragon if he does choose to use it. Tax has to create a lot of ground, so it's up to, you know, the 2 sort of sharper players of this roster to see what they can find.
This is a good start for Direwolves, but they badly need a clean round here for their economy. Hopefully they don't lose too many more players, as they have started off this round fantastically. Off the back of the operator, as well as punishing some pretty miscellaneous peaks from Nebula, who are no doubt feeling pretty confident now they're up 7-2, but we do know that those kind of scorelines can very quickly turn around. A bit of a whiffed shot from Dragon is probably not what he was looking for, and
the spike is here.
you see the flank coming from Jun, but that's punished nicely.
Ooh.
So one of the rifles dropped over here. Nebula very much in save formation, I guess I would call it. And they're getting pretty good value at the moment, just taking guns off of Direwolves. And Direwolves, well aware that they can't afford to throw those guns away, are just going to sit back.
So just ticking the time. I suppose Jun didn't really need to go down there, but I guess he gathers the information. And really just, yeah, done from there. All the way back into it. They will kick forward. So another opportunity, I guess, for Direwolves to really start to close this gap. I'm wondering if, you know, potentially the changing pace for them will be when they swip over to that offensive side. But I do feel like, you know, just given the way that Nebula have been playing, they're probably going to have an answer. I'm keen to see how their structure is actually going to be on that next half.
Well, that's why I was saying this comp is very, very good at retakes, and they have quite good structured retakes. So that's what I'm expecting from them. Nice start, gets a fair amount of info, but this time Dragon able to punish Lou, able to win that jet operator duel. And Nebula, you would say they've been at a pretty good advantage there, but they've thrown it in the bin with a double push up B, and meanwhile Wrath is just pushing Minimize into a corner towards short B. This has gone horribly wrong from Nebula. Dragon trying to dig them out of this terrible situation as Rels gets that spike down, Mitch.
Pick it on up. Bit of a broken leg, but Rels at least closing the gap once more, does get the information, spotted off the back of the Owl drone. Now that recon bolt will be able to go over towards the other side. That gathers the information onto Dragon here. But Jun walking on up, tries to jump into that astral form, but he will be punished for it. Pain to find it. And Direwolves, they are on a little bit of a streak here now. 4 rounds consecutive. And that gives them the firm opportunity to be certainly a contest inside this game right now. 4 rounds, Mitch.
Yeah, this is worrying for Nebula. I do know that they are a team that's liable to throw a potential lead in the bin from time to time. I've seen it a couple of times from these lads, and I definitely wouldn't want to be seeing them let Direwolves have too much room to work with, because this is a team with a lot of experience. They know how to win a game from a deficit. They know how to turn things around, and once they get rolling, it's going to be scary territory, because at the moment, most of the time, the main man who's putting up the contest is Lou. If the rest of the boys get rolling as well, things will get 10 times harder. Speaking of the man himself, this time, taking the opening pick towards Garage, only gets the Killjoy turret. So better than losing a player early, like we've seen a couple of times from Nebula here in the earlier parts of this round. And Nebula, in the meanwhile, going to make their way over towards this A side of the map. It is only Jun here on that Cypher. Info being gathered by the Sky, and Nebula have taken a long. Don't want to push their luck too much. I'm going to start to group back towards that C side of the map. The Viper Wall's already up towards C. They've already got that established there. And the only man who's there to contest at the moment is Payne on the Sova. He's in the back of the site. But obviously Lou is in the area as well and has heard that dog. So definitely don't want to be losing picks on the way into the site to that Jet operator who's been hitting pretty consistently for Direwolves.
So the guiding light sends its way up. We'll gather some information, and now the gravity well is going to force Payne off of his mark slightly, but does gather some good info. Jun a little bit, Lou there does miss off the shot, but Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne, locking it down from the back of the site with that 3K. Can he find any more? It's not going to quite be needed at this point in time. Dragon with the operator will at least be able to drop one more, but inside. Oh, okay, he does manage to get the slight miss, but it's going to be Payne picking up with 4, and the Sova is the one to deny the final round from Nebula in the half, picking up 5 for the Direwolves. This game is starting to turn on its head, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And the main man who actually wins Direwolves that round, I thought it was going to be Lou on the operator. It absolutely wasn't. Obviously, Payne got a 4K, but it was Wrath. The man literally came in there with the Rolling Thunder, pushed everyone into the left side of the site, and then flashed every single one of them. His utility on the breach was absolutely immense and essentially set Payne entirely up for success, who was pretty much screwed in the back of the site there. He was getting gravity welled out into the open. But the breach basically saving him and enabling him to have the success and the impact to win that round is absolutely massive. And you're absolutely right, Mitch. Direwolves back up to 5-7, only 2 in the deficit, now moving into the attacking side of Haven. You got to be worried for Nebula, who are seeming to slow down quite a bit.
They've got to keep up that pace though, right? You know, what they had in the last half. Hopefully they're able to sort of keep the momentum behind them, and it certainly does seem like it, as they will start to at least press themselves towards C, or will they? Kind of looking a little bit hesitant now. They've pulled the rotation over a little bit, so now they will send their way back. 2 members only, so it doesn't look like they've really sold too much of a fake, but that's okay. They sit back in towards mid. Jun might have heard some information, but they're just going to take their time as they maybe start to mosey towards A.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of a read it was that's threw Direwolves off of that site take. Maybe seeing the Killjoy there was not something they're comfortable going in towards. Either way, they're going to be going back towards A here, but they have to go through the Viper Wall, which is going to be a little bit of decay, which should wear off reasonably quickly. Tax in combination with Dragon on the site here are going to provide the bird support, but Lou has just absolutely drive-byed Dragon in the Jet-on-Jet duel there and set up Direwolves nicely for a post-plant with a man advantage. In comes the double flank from Nebula though, Mitch.
Tax does find 1, and speaking of drive-bys, there we go, a cheeky little one, and a second for Minimize. This thing is absolutely ridiculous. He might even pick up a 3rd at this point in time. He's shooting his teammate. There's carnage, there's chaos. Minimize with 3 now, and it's all onto Lou in this 1 versus 2, and he does whip a couple of shots, has to reposition with this Ghost now. Onto the other side, does have the Cloudburst available, also the updraft, the tailwind. He's got everything that a man could need. He takes down Tax, and now it's on who can find the 4K here, Mitch. He's going to miss this shot, and it's going to be Lou. There we have it, a 6th round for the Direwolves, and this match right now is hot.
This is what I expected to see. I'm so happy this is the game that we're getting. It's been back and forth. That was an extremely tight pistol round. Definitely could have gone either way, but unfortunately, Nebula have let that one slip. Retake was looking pretty decent for them, even though if the round doesn't start off that well. Now will be the anti-eco for Direwolves, and Lou up to 13 and 10 is 2 off of his knives. Probably going to be looking to farm up an anti-eco Storm here so he can get the Blade Storm online in the bonus. There you go, just needs 2. Already got himself 1, and oh no, June's stolen it. So he doesn't get his Blade Storm. He gets his Blade Storm from dying. Forget about it. Forget about it. He's already got it.
It's fine.
Should
It's
be
fine.
right.
Yep, don't worry about it. Good pickup. And that's the thing though, right? You know, having so much action in the opening round means that even into the bonus, he's going to be pretty chill right now. And as Payne looks to get some good damage out with his shock darts, will drop tax. But it is a pretty chill round. Not really a whole lot that needs to be done. Payne can just sort of rack him up as happily as he likes. Rolls onto the other side.
That's beautiful though.
Does the damage.
You want your Sova getting the anti-ecos to get that Hunter's Fury online ASAP. You want your big impact ult characters to have access to those ults in that first gun round post the bonus. So seeing the Sova get a 3k there, you can see how much closer he is to his ult than the rest of his team. And like I said, Lou, after dying there, does have access to his Blade Storm, which can be very impactful on a round like this. A bonus where Direwolves, yeah, look, if they have a good strat, they would be wanting to take a round like this. But for the most part, what you're looking for is damage and to offset the opponent's economy. Let's see what Nebula have in store for their first gun round here, though. They do have that Viper wall towards A. They will be contested. You can see Lou's already here, getting ready to be set up by the Breach Flash, and actually strafes through the wall very early on and gets taken out by Dragon pretty quickly. The Breach nade forcing Tax out of the corner, evens up the equation though.
Out of charges.
Yeah, very nice.
Slow down in the 4-on-4.
That's the thing that I've been really sort of fixated on, Mitch, like recently watching the Direwolves, right, is Wrath. And it's just how good Breach's kit is. You know, it's so supportive. You never really see him sort of on top of the scoreboard because obviously he's sitting at the back. He's having to throw off those flashes, get the fault line down, sort of try and, you know, cause a bit of a ruckus and allow his teammates to get into the site. He's there with Lou, playing that buddy system. So it's been really nice to watch. So 4v4, bit of a stalemate now, 45 seconds to make something happen.
Initial contact towards the A side of the map has been forfeited by Direwolves, who go back towards Garage. Dragon's taking that control of the map, so he's going to get that flank push already started. In the meanwhile, Direwolves commence this split to C through Garage, and so far not so good as they've lost 2 picks to Jesse, who's holding really strong in the back of the site. Spike's on the ground now.
Still looking to find it though. Mist has actually done really well. It's all in a minimize in the 1 versus 2. And he does manage to at least keep that spray transfer on lock. And minimize does collect. So they hold on a little while longer despite the scoreline tying up. Nebula do manage to win out the bonus against the Direwolves. But that's where it happens, right? Sure, they've won that against that weaker buy. Now we see the Direwolves reinvest. They're going to be fully comfortable here. Lou's going to go for the Vandal instead of the Operator. We know how good he is with all the sort of elements of the game that comes under a jet player, I guess you could say. So, yeah, an opportunity for Direwolves to slot back, break that economy once more at Nebula, and keep on pushing forward.
It could really go either way. Viper's immediately going down towards C, and the Viper wall being ready towards the A side of the map. So big impact from Minimize. Even if he doesn't get a single kill this round, he's already had a pretty big impact on the way that it turns out. Again, trying to contest this A-long area from Direwolves, trying to push their way through the wall, and the gravity well causing some problems for them, but they do get the control without losing a player. So I'd say Direwolves are going to be pretty happy with the way that this round started. They've created a lot of pressure, and in the meanwhile, you can see Jun, he's lurked up towards top B. Exactly what you want to be seeing on an attacking side like this from Direwolves, just creating space in different parts of the map by applying pressure elsewhere. And now they're going to try to take advantage of that space created. 3-man rotation towards that A site for Nebula, and they might be a little bit behind the 8-ball here as Jesse plays retake on B. Grells has joined him though. So seeing if there's some kills that can be spammed through the smoke here by Nebula, or whether the post plant will be getting kicked off pretty quickly here.
Oh, little unlucky. Didn't even get the spike planted down there, and now Rells has entered back in. Looking to try and sort of find some extra picks and bits and pieces, and on the other side of that poison cloud, it's going to really start to make it awkward. Unfortunately, Direwolves, despite having a sort of, you know, some momentum behind them, this is so clean from Nebula. They've locked them out completely. Not a single frag will be found. Dragon with 3 nice ones. And Nebula, they are straight back into this. Only the pistol and the second round to be lost so far in this half. The gun rounds are theirs. Direwolves are going to be onto an eco. And this is where potentially the pacing might start to sort of set down. And the game that Direwolves were sort of dragging back might get away from him a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was essentially a case from Direwolves of the right call on the wrong timing. You know, they had the window that they created by applying pressure towards A. They did an excellent job doing so, and going to B definitely was the right call, but unfortunately they waited for an pardon me, an extra second, 10 seconds too long, I would say, and some more rotations got in position, got a little unlucky not getting the spike down and getting spammed through the smoke several times, but that's Valorant at this point in time. You know, you got so many characters that create smokes and things like that. Things can be difficult. In the meanwhile, though, very, very quick one in towards this A side of the map. Minimize trying to hold on for his life. And Rel's getting taken out in the back of the side here.
Minimize looking for more, though. The flashpoint will keep him off, and Wrath is going to be able to find that one back. But Tax and Dragon straight through into the A site and cleaning house as well. No spike plant to be found for another time in a row, and Nebula walk away with 10. At least some damage was dealt by Lou and Wrath, but it's time now. This is really sort of the calling card. How are they going to go? Dragon with the operator in hand, but the rifles do come back into the happy hands of the Wolves.
Yeah, they've got that Cosmic Divide, and they've got the Breach ult, so these are definitely some things that can help them get onto the site or help them in some of these post plants. Whereas Nebula, again, you can see how close so many of them are to their ultimates. This is a scary retake comp. You've got the Seekers to create space and find some of the opponents to get into the site. The Viper's Pit, Cosmic Divide, Killjoy Ultimate, these are all really annoying to deal with if you're trying to hold a retake or hold a post plant rather on the attacking side. Again, it's pressure towards A here for Direwolves. A bit of a different more from Minimize this time around. A bit more defensive as opposed to trying to take that A lobby control. Trying to hold the top of B as well as those A choke points with this Viper wall. And so far, a pretty similar sort of story here for Direwolves. Jun's lurked up towards the top of B. The rest of the boys have cleared out A control. And I imagine they're just going to try to take this A control and allow Jun to pick some of these rotates if he has the opportunity to.
They're aware of it, though. Look at the passive nature coming out on the side of Nebula, just sort of watching to see if anything will come through into that B cross. But now we're on out. Tax, great opening pick, but it is traded by Ralph. Now Rurls has to get towards the position. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder. That's actually going to force them away completely. Jesse, though, as I spoke about earlier, holding for that B site cross, does pick up Jun. Ralph good for the trade, but Minimize is already here, and it's into the 3-on-3. How do they play this post plant?
Cosmic Divide's available for Mist, but he's not using it just yet. Instead, relying on that smoke on CT, and the turret goes first as Nebula trying to get into this site for the retake. Dash is ready from Dragon.
Great pick from Jesse. Now they have to try and find a little bit extra. Mist does lock down onto one more, but it's onto Dragon. Misses the shot, and unfortunately,
the turret.
The turret gets the job done. And that's 3 from Jesse, so Nebula do cling on. 11 rounds secured now. And I'm starting to get a little worried about the Direwolves. Nebula are really starting to close this one forward. But that was a great retake. It was played perfectly. You know, Direwolves, they got the trades onto the site, but great usage of the utility back from Nebula, and that's how they sort of forced their hand back in. Well done.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of it was obviously the Viper util, making it hard for Direwolves to get into the site, but also some great Astra util from Rurls. The man really timed his gravity wells quite well, and they didn't use a lot of those ultimates that are quite strong in the retake. You can see a lot of them still ready. Tax has got his, Rurls has got his, Jesse's got his, and then you can see 2 off for Minimize. So there's only more strong retakes to come as you see the ultimates still available. Now into the anti-eco, so far so good for Dragon, who has got himself the operator. You can see Lou has Vandal armor, so he's looking to do some damage in a round like this. Is this actually a force buy? I didn't realize from Direwolves. I thought I saw the Sheriff. I assumed that they were taking a save, but it does seem like perhaps they are forcing, which means that losing the opening pick in a round like this could be quite troublesome for them as we head towards the tail end of this game.
Yeah, getting to that stage now, though, right, where it's like, oh, God, you know, what are we going to do? We can't take another eco. We need to try and really break this mold and sort of, you know, throw off the aggression and consistency that Nebula have had. But, yeah, by losing Jun so early on, it does put them at the disadvantage. So Mist now looking to get some stars down. It does appear that they're going to still try split towards this C site. Jesse is going to reposition, but Dragon holding on in towards that garage. That's going to be a second frag in the round. He could be on for some more as well here, Mitch. That's a third shot. Looking really good here. Super clean, but Jesse is going to line him up, but it's Dragon on the show, and he's picked up 4 for Nebula. That is going to be match point here on Haven.
Match point.
Yeah, not something that they had to worry about too much is Dragon on the operator. Unfortunate. The man's had a massive impact in such a critical round, and now Direwolves have to take a really scuffed bye here. A bunch of players having to go down to Spectres. One light armor in there from Lou, who drops over a rifle to a mate. I imagine that man will be trying to go for the knives towards C-Long, and I'm keen to see if that's going to be contested here by Minimize, who does have his Viper Spit available, may want to spam. Instead, it's just the Toxic Orb through, so Lou's going to get access to his knives and give a little bit more punch to this buy. You can see the Cosmic Divide available for both sides, which always makes for a messy round, especially at this point in the game. You can imagine they're probably not going to be holding their ults for later on. And does seem like Direwolves want to be heading towards that C side of the map. Killjoy Util is all up there towards the top of C. Cosmic Divide getting ready from Mist, who is trying to get that spike established towards C site on the right timing. Not sure if that bird did actually get info for Tax, who sent it towards C long. The drone through, though, is a bit of a tell for Direwolves, who do throw down that Cosmic Divide and are looking to try to get that spike planted towards the right side of the plat there.
It's actually sent them a little bit, held them off for quite some time, but now Tax pushes straight on through. Will be traded out by Mist. So that does mean that we still do have some things available to work with, but you know what, Mitch? It ain't gonna matter, because it's gonna be Jesse and Minimize to close it out. So that is a very dominant victory from Nebula in the end. We had that really sort of decent run back where Direwolves stacked up, 5 rounds consecutive, I do believe, as they sort of had a little bit of stability come back towards them on that defensive side. But after all, Nebula, as soon as they got their move on, after only losing the pistol and the second round, they just couldn't be stopped.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch these Nebula boys, coming up and growing. So very, very excited that they managed to get that upset over Direwolves and, do it playing a style that they've been developing for a while. So really great win for them on the board there.
And it's awesome to hear that we actually have Minimize on the call right now as well. Hey, friend, how you doing, man?
Hey, mate, doing good, mate.
Very, very good. Well, look, congratulations, obviously, on that win over the Direwolves. For me personally, I've been not seen the sort of the newer composition that you guys have been throwing through lately, so that was really exciting. How's it been? You guys have gone quite a technical option, obviously picking up the Viper, Astra, and the Sky. I assume practice has been going well then.
Yeah, look, we've been working hard, and I've been taking a lot of inspiration from other regions, and looking how they use the meta, because OCE doesn't quite have the meta figured out right now, in my opinion. So look to other regions, see how they play. A lot of good ideas over there. So just been implementing those.
Yeah, so how's the prac been going there, Minimize, heading into this tournament? Obviously, you guys have been looking forward to this specific period for quite a while now. You qualified for Rising Heroes. Now you finally qualified for this comp as well. Do you think you're in peak performance here coming into this one, or how's the prac been going for you?
Yeah, this is probably the strongest that Nebula has ever been, and it feels good. We were struggling for a while to prac because we couldn't really find a 5th for a while, and we couldn't really prac properly as a 5. But once we got Tax online, who's an absolute sharpie, we've just been working together, pracking really hard. We're all really motivated. Everyone just wants to win right now, so it's going pretty good.
Awesome.
No, that's awesome to hear, man. Thank you so much for that. But look, I guess, going into sort of the next stage in the competition, is there any teams that you're sort of, I guess, fearful of right now, or you think are going to be a challenge to overcome in this arm of the competition?
Nah, mate, we're not scared of anyone.
Love to hear it.
All right, don't forget to do your plugs here, Minimize. All right, you can't forget old mate Conrad and plug the Twitter and all that. Go for it, mate.
Yeah, shout out to Nebula OCE on Twitter. Keep updated with the boys.
There it is. Beautiful. Well, look, thank you so much, mate, for coming on. It's always cool to have these players come along. And Mitch, exactly right. Hearing, taking some inspiration from other regions. You do sort of see it when those meta picks do kind of start to overwhelm what we did see at the very start. Very much like the Omen being taken over by the Astra, Sky coming in and sort of picking up instead of like the Jet or the Rays now. I love it.
Yeah, I absolutely love that style of Valorant, and I know that Minimize is someone that works pretty hard in terms of the strat aspect of the game. He's an IGL that's kind of been plugging away for a while, so it's good to see him get a good win on the board. But it's only a best of one. They can always do better, so they have more of the competition to be getting through, and this is obviously the stage of competition that they've been looking towards in terms of multiple comps. So I'm keen to see them continue that upward trajectory and not rest on their laurels too much.
Absolutely. Well, guys, again, thank you so much for watching what you have seen so far. Don't go anywhere, though, because around the corner, we do have 2 more best of ones. And, of course, next up is going to be BTS versus Tyrant, which is certainly one I'm excited into. So, again, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after the break.
I just time traveled. Ah, today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi.
Wow.
Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Back that up, back that up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to what will be best of one, number three, for the evening, of course. But again, VALORANT Oceania Tour, Stage 2, close qualifier number 2. It's been a really exciting run. And of course, guys, just needed to give you a little bit of an update as well. For any Oceanic players wanting to actually play in the competitive VALORANT scene and can't wait for Stage 3, our Autumn VALORANT Cup has just been announced. So with $5,750 prize pool and 4 different divisions, no matter if you're new to competitive VALORANT or just want something to do with your friends, get around it. It's super fun. The link will be in the Twitch chat, I do believe, so definitely check that one out. But open to all skills. That's exactly what you want to have. So feel free to do that. But of course, back to everyone on the channels. If you guys aren't familiar, it is me, and my name's Conky, alongside Pilsky. Mitch, moving into map number 3 now. It's an interesting one with a new team.
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on the grassroots and things like that, you obviously do need your up-and-coming comps, which is where you see a lot of these teams come through, your open qualifiers as well as those lower divisions. And I'd say one of the teams that we're going to get to set our eyes on here is probably one of those. I mean, all of them to some degree have definitely made their way through the ranks at one point or another, whether it be in VALORANT or previous titles, and whether it be in this season or previous seasons of competitions like that Autumn Cup that they do have coming up. Whereas I think there are definitely some greener teams, and I think this game essentially showcases that, as well as game number 1 that we did have that exact thing, even game 2 to some extent. You obviously have in a new game these up-and-comers like your Tyrants up against some more experienced players who have their heads screwed on a little bit more in the regard of McBTS. However, you look at a team like McBTS, these guys are a pretty newly thrown together squad. So I'm keen to see what we want to get from them.
Absolutely. And yeah, the cool thing about McBTS is, their first couple of matches that I did manage to commentate for them, one, they came out of the gates, they looked absolutely dominant over another team in the region called Tilted, and then they move on and verse Order and get absolutely destroyed. So that's the thing, about some of these individual players. They might be up there. They're all individually really insane at the game, but whether or not their experience, together does reign true. And that's always going to happen for a new team. So without further ado, let's actually dive into those rosters and have a little bit of a look of who is in store. So the first up will be McBTS. God, that picture of Clutchy's so good. But yeah, of course, Clutchy, Zenkoko, Tensai, Sicko, and Maple. And of course, just for everyone watching along at home, I do believe the reason Andy isn't playing on this and Maple is subbing in is because I think Andy was on a different team earlier in the competition. So I'm sure we'll be seeing him in another stage.
Yeah, I mean, as far as substitutions go, not bad. I don't think you're going to be too upset to have Maple instead of Andy. They're both very proficient players, and I'd say that either of them is going to be more than capable of taking it against any of the teams in this competition. Obviously, some pretty experienced heads in Clutchy and Zen, Coco, and Seiko there. Tensai, someone who has played quite a bit of Counter-Strike and is now starting to dabble in a little bit of the Valorant, so that's always good to see some more people moving across and seeing which one they prefer and whether they can find success in either title.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Tensai's been a treat to watch, flexing on that Sage. And, Zenkoko's been great on his Astra. But look, really good roster, super solid. Just need to see it stick together and work out going forward. But Tyrant, that's a team that I've not actually seen a whole lot from. So I think they have played in some other tier 2 or up-and-coming competitions with those open qualifiers and things like that. But it's going to be Orange Pearl, Pocket, Myth, Suave, and Marsh. I think Suave more so on that Astra. I know Myth obviously picks up the Sova, and then I think Pocket flexes around the Phoenix. So it's really an exciting one for me. These kind of matchups are the opportunities where we do get to see those players and how they match up against some of the upper echelon teams.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of these players poking around in ranked and things like that, and then a couple of open calls as well. They're definitely decent players. I think they got their work cut out for them for McBTS, but again, that is what these kind of teams are looking for in competitions like this. Tyrant, Bandits, all of these blokes looking for some more experience and some more chances to test their chops against some of the best in the region.
Absolutely. And so here's the head-to-head, 2 of the players that we did speak about. So that's going to be the matchup here. So Sicko, obviously sitting on that Sova, as usual. And then on the other side, we've got Myth. So I love the Sova matchup. Obviously a super impactful agent that has been basically utilized since the start of the game. So, super important in the meta still to this day.
Yeah, all the best gamers play Sova. That's an absolute fact there, Mitch. I'm glad
Most
you brought
handsome
that up.
ones, I think. Yep.
Yeah. They're definitely very rich, very handsome, very successful. So keen to see how both of these guys do perform in this matchup here. It will be another cute little best of one to be bringing your way. It's, little bite-sized pieces of what these teams have to offer in this competition. So it's always good to get a little bit of a taste of everyone in one night.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of easing us all into what the competition will actually come through in the next couple of days. So, obviously there's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where, we do move through the whole end of this competition and find out who's going to be going to those Stage 2 finals. But before we do get into that, of course, we did hear from Zenkoko from McBTS before the game. Let's check in with him.
So my name's Aaron, Zenkoko in-game name. Play for Mick BTS, kind of a troll name at the moment, but we've got an org hopefully to be announced soon. So we've got 2 players in the core lineup from Kanga in Clutchy and Sicko, and then a sub in Koru. Honestly, I think we're feeling pretty confident. We've only had probably 3 days of practice in scrims last week, and then we had a few comps on the weekend. We did relatively well, but we're just we're actually playing with a different person because one of our players actually can't, that's going to be in the core roster, actually can't play. So we're using Maple as a 5th for the competition, but yeah, we're feeling pretty confident. Not really concerned about anyone in there. No. If we just show up and play our game, I think it should be a pretty easy match. BO1 sometimes can be pretty random. There's always the upset potential with the best of one. Either way, if it was the best of 3, I think we'd take it 2-0. But so we're a relatively new team, so we haven't looked over. We've looked over most maps, but extending the map pool is probably our biggest thing at the moment. I think we could expect some good results. I think we've got a really good roster, honestly. I'm pretty confident. And honestly, we're aiming to be a top 4 team in the region. But yeah, we're expecting some good results this weekend.
That's all right. That's okay. Always good to hear from the players, of course, and get a little bit of an insight on actually how they're sort of going up and how they're feeling. So that's the biggest sort of focus to make mention of. Similar to what we've sort of seen, on Mindfreak, we've had Lakers swap out for Calth, pretty much like a 1-for-1 on the Jet. Very similar to tonight. Andy is the Jet player, obviously, of this roster that has sort of started to come together, and he's going to be picked up by Maple tonight. So another super sharp player, actually a WA boy. So I think he'll settle into the roster quite nicely and put up a good result tonight.
Yeah, plus Maple's my dog's name, so I always got to support anyone called Maple. Cutest dog in all of OCE esports. I think obviously we heard from definitely, no contest about that. It's always good to hear from someone like Zenkoko. Goes back a long time. I remember even it's so many years ago that I was playing CS and he was playing in similar divisions to me. So he's someone who's definitely goes back quite a bit, has a lot of experience, and I'm keen to see how him and the rest of the roster do go through the OCE with this little mixed team. Haven't had too much practice, but always keen to see which one of these mixed teams that we do see come together from time to time actually go and achieve the goals they're looking for.
Exactly right. It's which is the one that sticks, and knowing all 5 members being so good individually, it's just a matter of bringing it all together. But what we'll be seeing will determine, obviously, as usual, the map. So it's going to be Haven. Again, we saw some chaos, obviously, in the previous one between Direwolves and Tyrant, where Tyrant looked very dominant. Are we going to have something similar, Mitch? What are you sort of expecting coming out from this?
Interesting that it keeps coming down to Haven, especially in the best of one. It's another thing Zen mentioned. Look, let's be real. It's BO1s. Anything can happen, especially in a game like Valorant. I think there's a reasonable amount of variance, even in some of the upper echelons of scenes that are a lot more competitive than OCE. You see upsets regularly, in a lot of these competitions. You see teams take the upsets in best of 3s even. So a best of 1 on Haven, it's scary territory for any team. It doesn't matter who you are. One team's really feeling it, feeling really hot, winning a lot of pistols, winning some of these important rounds with, some of the variants that I was talking about with how ults come into play and things like that. It's hard to sort of predict an outcome, and you definitely need to be on your toes if you're the team that's considered the favorite.
Absolutely. The pressure is always there, and it kind of does throw you a little bit. You never want to be sort of moving through that lower bracket or anything along those lines. You want to get straight out of the gates early, smash it out as best as you can, and just deep dive straight into those best of 3s. And that's where, sort of we would be expecting a team like BTS to be doing. And I guess the saving grace for a lot of these teams is it is stage 2, right? We've already had 4 of those teams from stage 1, close qualifier number 1 into number 2. So those 4 teams that have moved into the regional finals, they're already there. So, we're seeing the teams like your Orders and your Straight Out of the Zoo and Bliss and everyone who's really been dominant in the region. So it kind of gives them a little bit more of an opportunity to go like, okay, let's try out some of the other stuff. So I think that gives them a bit of an extra chance. But still, it's especially for a team like Tyrant that's on the rise, on the come up. This is their opportunity to show what they're made of, and potentially, like, even if they're not super successful, just a game to watch back and work out where they went wrong.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with it. I'm eager to see how these guys match up, whether one team's a little bit better prepared than the other, how they match up individually as well. I know that over there on the Tyrant side, these are guys that, I've seen kicking around ranked, like I did say, from time to time, do have a little bit of activity, but less of the competitive experience there versus a team that's got a lot of competitive experience. And I'm keen to see how that also culminates in a best of one, especially on a map like Haven, where it's already, I feel like, an attack-sided map, and it can be very, very momentum-based. So keen to see who's going to be coming in hot towards this best of one and who's going to be taking it.
Absolutely. Haven, the Pug map, the free site special. It is going to be map number 3 for the evening, of course. McBTS versus Tyrant. Guys, again, if anyone has just joined us on any of the channels around the world, thank you so much for being a part of this. Of course, this is Stage 2 close qualifier number 2. The 4 winning teams of this sort of area will be moving on to those Stage 2 regional finals, collecting all the points, because at the end of the day, these teams want that opportunity to get to that NA Last Chance Qualifier and prove what they've got against the rest of the world. Mitch, take it away on Haven.
Oh, this is an interesting difference in lineups for both of these two teams, but I'm going to have to hold my tongue about it because the action's getting kicked off early. Nice little drone as well as a boom bot to find info towards B, but this has been spotted by BTS. The alarm bot does trigger the fact that they've taken that map control, immediately followed up by the Astra Gravity Well, and in the meanwhile, the push through garage from McBTS is going to find a bit of a flank. The push into Akon, very unsuccessful. Half the team just evaporates before the spike even goes down, and there's not even a chance for you to do play-by-play, Conky. I can't even throw it to you because everyone's bloody dead, mate.
Don't worry, I do like me some Pilski play-by-play. Always love to have it in. And yeah, exactly right, my friend. Maple looking very strong to start us off. 3-0. Clutchy was there to pick up as well. And unfortunately, only seeing the one frag come out from the side of Tyrant, dropping Sicko. So that's okay. It is what it is. But yeah, I think now I'll allow you to sort of touch on these agent lineups, my friend, because Sicko, usually we see him on that Sova, now on the Sky, Clutchy on the Sage, Tensai picking up the Killjoy. So it is very different to what I've been expecting.
Yeah, I mean, they're a very new lineup. They're probably experimenting with things. It doesn't really surprise me to see them switching up the agent pool. You got Maple on the Jet there. Clutchy was previously on a Jet, is on the Sage. Yeah, it's an interesting mix of players that I'm sure have the experience to make whatever work. I think that, Sky for Sova is somewhat like for like. It's an info gathering agent, a supportive agent at the end of the day. Nicely supportive Gravity Well there from the Astra, as well as the Bird, finding some impact for sure from Sicko. And it's a pretty clean anti-eco here from McBTS.
It is indeed, and that's going to be a cheeky little blind for Sicko. And this is the cool thing, though, right? I'm thinking, because Sicko goes back to Wildcard. He sat a long time on that sort of Sova. Obviously, Infrequent's picking up that one now, which is a bit interesting, given that Infrequent sort of always sat back on, the Rays or the Jet at times. And so now seeing Sicko on a roster that lets him, or on an agent rather, that lets him run around a bit more, I'm actually kind of excited to see how it fares out. But of course, we are just moving in onto that bonus now. The Phantom in the hands of Tensai. But aside from that, Maple's just going to sit with his Ghost still. He wants to pick up that Operator as soon as possible.
Yeah. Tyrant, in the meanwhile, though, they do not have... Ooh, nicely farmed Blade Storm there, even though the Gravity Well did come in. Tyrant don't have a Jet. They're playing Reyna and Raze, as well as a couple more agents that you're familiar with. And again, Tyrant seems like their go-to is just applying pressure towards this B site nice and early with the Raze and the Sova utility, but with that alarm bot not being triggered, and again, the Astra utility to support from McBTS, they have deflected that aggression for the time being, and Tyrant will go back to the drawing board and look for more map control, Mitch.
Yeah, so not really overstepping any bounds right now. They've already sort of crept their way up long. Happy to have Myth join the party. And it's full retake territory, right? You know, McBTS, they're sort of just waiting inside that B link. They're happy to stack up towards that position. And it is one of those sites that you do see sort of, you know, left for free at times. They're happy to go for that full 5-on-5 retake and obviously playing around the Blade Storm. But Sicko, a little bit unlucky there. Great preemptive shot from Myth. And that's going to be the spike going down. And they will be retaking with a limb gone.
You definitely don't want to be losing your Sky for the retakes, that's for sure. Is a agent with a pretty big impact, but in the meanwhile, you're going to see McBTS attempt this one anyway with 2 through CT and 2 through Heaven here, Mitch.
Alrighty, Pocket does get another one, but Maple, he's already out on the way from or towards Heaven. He will tap onto that defuse, but he has to move around. He's already made a whole lot of sound. They're spraying. They don't have the info, but Maple, he's picked up 3, Mitch. Could be the 4K, and that is excellently coming out from Maple. The man, the myth, the legend, all the way over from WA on 70 ping. Getting the job done for McBTS, and they win out the bonus.
Yeah, man was doing some great work a little while ago. You know, that demon team that imploded did have the man on it, and he was doing pretty good work for them.
Up, man. I miss Ferg. I miss Ferg.
Yeah, that's some WA love right there. I remember I was talking to the Nebula boys, and I told I can't remember how it came up. I think it's because Minimize is an IGL from WA, and he said, you know, I'm like Ferg, yeah, I'm an IGL from WA. And I was like, mate, you have no idea. Literally, all of those guys are so young, they don't realize Ferg was playing a fucking major in 1.6 when they were still literally like in kindergarten.
Yeah, literally. What, France over that way? Man was a mythical beast. You love to see it. The Maple, just on the other side, might be able to flick down and find a shot onto Myth. He will. He's actually going to re-aggress too. Going to try and force his way towards that position. Pocket. Going to creep on the way around. Tensai very sharp on that shot too. So this is looking nice and clean. You know, McBTS, they're not messing around right now, and they're just going to sort of float their way around the map. Happy to lock it down. Tyrant, yet to do anything. However, this is another buy round. They've got another opportunity. The good thing was, at least, you know, when they got given that opportunity to get towards the A site, they at least were okay on the post plan. It was just a big performance from Maple. So maybe, you know, we'll see something different shortly. Never going to count them out.
Yeah, you do have the Raise Rocket available, and a lot of ults almost ready for Tyrant. So keen to see if they have some cute little pocket strats once those ults are available. Have some pretty big impactful ones on the Sova, on the Killjoy. They can make it happen. Nice little Skybird does give the info towards Maple that there are players over towards A, and he doesn't retreat. He goes forward. He knows that he can find the impact and find that opening pick with the Operator, because man is feeling hot. And again, Tyrant have to go back to the drawing board after losing that opening pick. I'm keen to see what their plan will be from the 4v5.
And look at this from Sicko, already peeking all the way up towards that position. He's going to be tucked in the corner. Let Maple basically continue to hold that line and see if anyone does aggress accordingly. But I suppose with that being said, you know, Myth's crept up short. He will have the Boombot destroyed. But they're just going to wait for the time being. Happy with their control. And I think we may very well see Sicko pick someone off. Yes, we will. It'll be Maple. And that's his second in the round, Mitch.
Yeah, Tyrant, they're just dropping like flies as we get down to 45 seconds on the clock. They're going to go through Garage. Clutchy's going to chuck a cute little wall up. Tenside's going to flank Tyrant. They just can't find a single out in this round until Marsh finds a pick from Gary Pindo, but they have no idea the flank's coming in, and it's a triple from Tenside because Suave's in astral form just trying to set up the execute, but they don't even make it onto the site, Mitch. It's absolutely brutal.
Checking that one up top. 11-0. Maple. Looking very hot and handsome with that Operator right now, but yeah, it just hasn't really had the test taken to him right now. They've just sort of got to chill and think out their sort of strategy a little bit more, Tyrant. They need to be confident to move as a unit, because I suppose, as you sort of spoken about earlier on in the competition, if you let a team, what is it, roll over and die? I think you did mention it's if you allow the team that is, you know, on quote unquote better than you, overwhelm you and just sort of run away with the map, that is potentially what could happen.
Yeah, look, it happens quite often. Team with less experience, a lot of the time, does need the game to go well in the opening stages to have a chance. You know, a lot of these upsets, you see it go the direction of, you know, after you pick up those first couple of rounds, you just force the better team to respect you. However, as we've been seeing many times tonight, maybe the anti-ecos is where you can start to recover yourself, but it seems like BTS is recovering nicely from losing that opening pick.
The old blinded call. Maple does pick up another one though. Narrowly misses out the shot. Now they're going to have to have a cheeky little swing around it, and it's going to be 10 side to at least find out the round. So they have locked that one through. But BTS do pick up 6. And now we will see the purchase come back from the side of Tyrant. So hoping that they can at least keep their composure and sort of push forward. A couple of players really starting to have the impact that they do need, but yeah, man, you know, it's just good signs from BTS. I think there is a little bit, you know, more work that they're obviously going to get, but like, how crazy is it already that we are seeing the kind of synergy come out from this roster, right? They clearly all know each other's limits. They're setting up utility for each other. It's not just 5 sharp individuals going on a tear.
Yeah, there's definitely some players who are capable of stepping into the gaps. That's what experience and playing at this kind of a level will teach you. However, it's where you get tested a little bit more that those cracks start to occur. In the meanwhile, though, worth mentioning, Tyrant have so many ults available to them, and one of those being the Raze ult, which does create an opener, and maybe prompts Maple to push a little bit past his means as he is punished by Orange Pearl, who grabs himself that Hunter's Fury. Zen, with a nice timing in middle, does take out Marsh, and in the meanwhile, C-Site's been secured by Tyrant, and that's a very important pick from the Reyna to just get their boots on the ground in the site and set up this 3-on-2 post plant. But it's not completely done just yet for Tyrant.
And they're all sitting in the same location, so sort of towards that cubby. Zenkoko, not actually sure if he spotted out that member, but the gravity well is there over towards that situation. The Aldrone's going to come out, but it's going to be Suave to actually find him in this scenario. Sicko looking to clear out Garage. He's going to drop his way in, still confident, looking to go for this one. Obviously, the Seekers are a long way away. Was expended earlier on. Recon Vault will go over the top, but right now all Sicko can really sort of do is just try and hope to find some damage. The time is ticking. And they're still setting that utility over the top. Will he clear out the left corner? He will, but it's not going to be enough. Suave's going to find it, and that's an opening round on the board for Tyrant. Great picks, great trades.
Yeah, just good use of the ults. The Raze ult finds the opener and creates space on the other side of the map, prompts a bit of a push, prompts a bit of a rotate, and those are the kind of pushes that Tyrant did a decent job punishing. Obviously, there was a few gaps, and things got a little bit messy when they lost that mid-control, but after all said and done, they get the round done, and they only used 2 of their ults on the way through, so they're going to be quite happy with that. They still have access to the Cosmic Divide and the Killjoy ult, so let's see if they can continue using these ults to great effectiveness, because it's already got them their first round on the board.
So Maple changing up the position again, holding up towards the top. They're not going to destroy that, Leah. Happy to just sort of wait for it to see if anyone does face indeed, but it's not going to happen. So once again, it does appear that Big BTS are pretty happy to play quite a heavy stack towards mid, you know, try and lock down that B site. Happy to play the retake a little bit more so over towards A and C. But Pocket, he's going to pick up another, unfortunately. Oh, no, he does in the end. Managed to get the old heal on the way up to that Reyna.
No.
And Clutchy, though, gets the trade. So at least it's a 1-for-1. Never mind. I'm stopped. Myth gets one onto Maple as well.
Yeah, this round's getting messy. Zen under a little bit of pressure towards B, and he gets 1-for-1 as well. So great trading game coming out from Tyrant, and they pull these rotations across from McBTS. Clutchy going to chuck a wall down, and he clears out all of middle, establishes that there's no one on that side of the map. Unfortunately, the over-rotate towards C is not the correct move to be making as Tyrant get boots on the ground in towards A. They can set themselves up in a nice little post plant, but with the spike not going down yet, there's a little bit of extra time for McBTS to make something happen here.
Clutchy still a long way away from that res, but does have the heal almost available. Good use of the guiding light. That's going to allow the first frag actually to be found, and now the information also gathered. Will Sicko be able to get it? Not quite. Clutchy did have that heal available, but unfortunately not going to be able to use it there as Orange Pearl will collect. So now, finally, Tyrant sort of getting a little bit of momentum behind them. They've got the money in the bank account now. And with that second round, they've still got the ultimates available. Of course, the Cosmic Divide, the Empress, the Lockdown, it's all ready. And McBTS, they've got another purchase in the back pocket, but that does take Maple down to 0. They still should have some more behind them, though. You know, the Blazestorm is there if it's needed. So I'm not feeling too scared just yet for McBTS, and Tyrant need to take advantage of these next 4 rounds on the attacking side.
Yeah, would definitely like to see Tyrant make better use of these ults that they've been holding for a while. That's a cute little combo that we've seen used to great effectiveness overseas many times. Gravity Well and the Raise Nade is pretty disgusting to be a victim of. Double Cosmic Divide is ready on both sides, so could see a really gross interaction there. As Marsh does not find very much info towards Sewer. Clutchy sitting on top of his wall. It's just going to be a contact through long A here. Seiko's got that one checked from Sewer, though. They might lose a pick pretty early here, but that is a beautiful over adjustment from Myth there.
Are they going to be ready for Clutchy? The answer is yes, Mitch. They will actually find him. So it looks like Tyrant have sort of sniffed out these positions quite well from McBTS. That's going to be another spike planted. 5 on 3. Do they even look to aggress for this? They've got the operator. It's going to be tough. So just getting that turret down now on the opposing side. The Owl Drone will be used for the extra information. The Gravity Well's there as well. Orange Pearl knows that someone is up towards the heaven position. It's actually two of them, Maple and Zenkoko. They are there. Are they just going to try to lock them in, or actually are we going to see them try to force their way through? There's Zenkoko dropping to his death by himself. Maple probably should have gone out with him there, but now in the end it's actually nothing. And that is the round done and dusted. A flawless to come out from Tyrant at this point in time. They're not going to be able to take the operator away from Maple. They're all exiting out towards the defender spawn, attacker spawn. But that's okay. Well done, Tyrant. Certainly getting the wriggle on here, getting back into it.
Yeah, nicely done from these lads. They've just been making excellent use of the ultimates. I mean, I keep hammering on it. It's not only that. Obviously, they are getting rolling and finding a lot of these picks. And they're one thing that's really good about how these guys are playing right now is their trading game. It's just been immense. Very, very snappy. As soon as somebody dies, it's an instant trade, whether it's an immediate trade onto the player that died in terms of revenge fragging, or whether it's just punishing a push somewhere else in the sort of downtime that follows that initial pick coming out. So really good stuff from Tyrant. I'm keen to see if they can keep it up. They do have some great ults available to them, but BTS are now getting their own ults rolling, and I'm noticing a bit of a trend of Maple is not finding kills and BTS are not finding rounds very much. And maybe it's time for Tensai to step up a little bit more. But again, it's the trade game. I'm saying that right now, Mitch, immediately a snappy trade towards top of B is going to create a little bit more space for Tyrant here.
Whoa! Run it down mid in a different game this time round. That's twice. Zenkoko did the exact same thing. Maple has decided to give his life up for free. But look, it happens, right? From time to time. They're hungry. He's got the Blade Storm out. He's like, man, there's only going to be one person here, surely.
That was a ranked play if I've ever seen one before.
And you have. That's for
definitely.
sure. We've all been there.
A few too many.
Yeah.
I like this approach from Tyrant. I like what I'm seeing from these lads. Just the one lurking outside Gary. 3 set it up C long. They've got that Killjoy ultimate. Maybe didn't need to, on that lurk position, force it through Gary there. Probably inadvisable. And now the res does come out. This round is starting to turn, Mitch.
4 versus 3. Setting the time. That's going to be that lockdown thrown in from Marsh, looking to push their way around. Zenkoko, though, does have the Cosmic Divide available. Information got to be gathered onto the back of that gliding light. Suave does get one, traded out quickly by Clutchy, but now Pocket still inside that position. There's actually a detainee as well, Mitch. That's going to make it really awkward. Pocket from the back of the site. He's picked up 2 here. Detained. Uses the dismiss inside the Empress, and there you go. Clutchy, he's got so much work to do. He's going to be running on up. They're going to be hearing him on the footsteps, and Marsh, he's going to close it. Tyrant with 4. They are well and truly back into this somehow.
Yeah, well, not somehow. It's very obvious how. Yeah. I mean, McBTS, they're trying to make these aggressive plays, and they're trying to, push down middle, trying to, get in the face of the underdog team, and they're getting punished for it. And Tyrant has been excellent in terms of this trading game. I was saying it just that round before, and I again lost the pick into Gary, immediate trade towards top of B. It's just awesome to watch. These guys are just in a bit of a flow state on this attacking side. They've got 4 in a row now. A flow state. That's got me excited. Some sort of Zen stuff. The crazy bits. And that's I guess where you need to be though, right? McBTS, they're trying to make a standard. They're trying to show that they are actually, one of these really solid teams in the region that have the potential to upset some of the real greats that we've got going around. And it's going to be a great use of the overgrowth for the time being, but now Marsh just waiting, seeing if there's going to be that aggression, and there it is. Clutchy gives up the goat. Oh, what? Ooh. What a dirty shot, Marsh.
He's completely opened up this A site now on the back of that Killjoy. They're just going to march on in.
Yeah, sharp stuff. Just holding down the flank. Maybe he would have made me a little bit less nervous if he didn't have the spike all on his lonesome. But, you know, we'll just not mention it. He's going to put that down now, and he's going to get one closer to his Killjoy ultimate. And we're all going to forget about it, as Suave is now the man holding down the flank to great effect.
Guiding Light to come out of heaven from Sicko, but Tensai not going to be able to spot out anything here, unfortunately, just all on the Sicko in this 1 versus 5. This is very much looking like it could be a 6-6 scoreline right now, but BTS, they've had absolutely no answer. They've been able to dance around the operator from Maple. He's not even going to be able to pick it up in this round either. And unfortunately, Sicko has to forego and just pick up the light shield too. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge. But BTS, they are getting caught, I feel, into that mindset of like, okay, let's push. But as we saw from Nebula, right? You know, as you made very big commentary on, just sit and wait sometimes. You know, there's still plenty of time. Obviously, everyone gets a little bit antsy on that Haven defending side and does start to roam and look for that extra info.
Well, Tyrant have a great ult advantage in a round like this. Unfortunately, they don't have a player advantage anymore because Maple doesn't need an operator. He's just going to take the same duels that he would normally take with a Phantom and hit every bloody shot. And forget about ult advantage because all the players with their potential ults are all dead. And the only one close, apart from the Reyna who has hers, is the Killjoy. But from a 2-on-5, I'm not sure how much that's really going to help you. And look, just to pick up on the point that you were talking about, and to continue a trend that we're seeing from one of our earlier games between Mind Freak and the boys over there on Bandits, we saw a very similar half to this. The underdog team on that attacking side doing a little bit of a comeback, but when they head onto the defending side against these skilled players, will they be able to hold their own? That's what I'm wondering.
Absolutely, but there it is. Maple with the 4. You've got to be happy with that one. So at least the momentum that they needed. But, you know, once more, Mitch, we're seeing this continued trend, though, right? Of Maple go kill, and then they win the rounds. It can't be something that we're relied on, especially when he's the sub of the roster.
Yep. But at the same time, look, you can meme on the comeback all you want. You can say that McBTS were having a rough time for a few rounds there. But look, at the end of the day, 7-5 on defense side of Haven, and now you're going onto your attacking side. You can set the tempo a little bit, and you're assumedly a little bit more individually skilled than your opponents. This is where they should just take this one quite handedly, but I'm keen to see if Tyrant has a bit more fight left in him.
Okay. This is where the fight needs to return. Tyrant, hold on to that form, hold on to that comeback, and at least sort of throw a little bit of that momentum that you had behind you into towards the next part of this half. Of course, you know, those BO1s bring so much opportunity, because I think it would be McBTS feeling a lot of the pressure if they were having Tyrant take them down in round number 1.
Aiming for the top 4. Might be heading earlier than you expected to the bottom 4, perhaps. Good A control here for Tyrant, but you can see Maple's got an eye on that part of the map. Couple pot shots going back and forth here, but the main objective does seem to be a Seek split through Gary and C-Long. Rotations looking decent from Tyrant end. And Maple actually caught on an awkward timing in transition, has to use his dash to try to keep himself safe.
So some frags found back and forth. Clutchies and Coco will be able to collect a couple, but putting himself into an awkward situation. Marsh somehow still alive. Pocket does manage to get at least one back. So he's moving. He's got the overheal. He's got the ghost in hand. Turret is going to find the information, and Zen Coco can swing on in. Easy as you like. But BTS get on the start with a solid opening. 8 rounds.
Yep. This is where I'd expect them to just pick up the momentum and run away with this game a little bit. Now into the anti-eco. Wouldn't be surprised to continue to see the success. Man, these ults are crazy for BTS though with this comp. Like some of the more impactful ults in the game. You got Sky, Astra, Killjoy, Sage. These are all ults that if you have access to them. Hold on. This isn't Bucky meta, Conky. What's going on here? Hold on. I thought that thing got nerfed. We got a couple of the blokes rolling with the shotties here.
Definitely. Clutchy going to lock it down, find a couple in mid. Great shot from Tensai as well. Nothing around the corner. So pressure's on, I suppose, the myth here. Walking down that line, gets spotted out as he does reposition. I think they're going to be ready for him though. Does he get one? Nope, there it is. There's the nerf. Unfortunate. And that's going to be the side found.
Pre-patch.
It would have. Oh, God, yeah. Do you remember how bad it got? I don't
dude,
it scared me.
It was gross. Disgusting. That's not what you want to be seeing, though, with the Bucky purchases having no impact. You're going to see the effects of that on the economy there for the boys on Tyrant. They're going to have to go down to light armor, which, against a bonus, is a sad place to be. In fact, not even getting a primary weapon on Myth, he's going to have to judge in the first gun round. Marsh is going to have to judge in the first gun round. This is just not worth it. You just shouldn't be buckying. This is what your first gun round looks like against the bonus. Nah, that's definitely not worth in any stretch of the imagination. In the meanwhile, as well, with all those eco frags Clutch he's found for himself, he's already got the res online. So, let's see what Tyrant have in store for us here. A couple of cheeky angles with those judges being used in towards Garage and in towards Sewer, but it's just a quick one straight onto the C side here. Sova caught with his drone out. Actually does get saved by the Reyna here.
Spike down, C.
A little bit of back and forth. 3-on-3. Finding it into a decent position now. Spike's going to be recovered. The resurrection comes out from Clutchy. They're just going to look to fake it, though. Try and gather that further information. Sicko's going to use the Trailblazer. That will get the concuss off onto Marsh as well, as he is watching over towards the other location. Starts to go down and use the Nebula as well. Not going to opt for that gravity well for the time being. The wall is still down, so this is going to be a very challenging retake if your Tyrant's still, and they're just so cautious. They're not looking to get into this one at all. Still waiting patiently. And it doesn't look like a whole much is going to go for it. Clutchy finds another, and surely is that going to be the call for the save? No, not quite. Yes, it will be. Marsh is just going to sort of wait to see if anyone does contest him. But Mitch, you're right. Why are they buying? They just need to, sit it out a little while longer and get a much more solid buy.
I mean, I don't know if these guys have any CS experience, but that's just not a mistake that you make anticipating the first gun round. Just having the judges available, that's a yikes from me, dog. You do have the judge being saved by Myth. He actually did get his hands on a Vandal at least, but the rest of the boys not being able to buy. And with his save, that's going to make the money uneven for yet another buy. And once again, you see pretty heavy investment from Tyrant. I just want to see them keep enough money in their back pockets for a proper gun round. But even if they do that, Mitch, the damage has been done. Look at the economy on BTS. Now you're playing on hard mode, down 11-5 if they win this anti-eco. And you're going to have to win back-to-back gun rounds against a team that's pretty much rolling you over on this attacking side of Haven.
Yeah, feeling confident, already forcing all the way up. Look at Orange Pearl. Such an awkward situation with just the Marshall, but at least Marsh can sort of help him out, support him in that position. The Nano Swarm actually gets no-scoped out of fruition there. Now he's going to have to chuck a couple of shock darts over. Might actually gather some information. That could be some good damage here, Mitch. The gravity well is going to put him into a bit of an awkward predicament. Now the wall goes down, and he has to try and find something here. Does some damage. Orange Pearl has actually picked up a fair bit for his team here, at least bringing it back to the 3-on-3. And that wall isn't exactly going to be the best thing. Marsh picks up another. This is getting dicey for McBTS.
They're very split up in this anti-eco, and the utility is just so messy. You saw Maple get taken out of the equation, just trying to hard dash onto the site without too much util. It's not unwinnable for BTS though, Mitch.
Absolutely not. Swab does make his way out. Sicko's going to go huge here, but it'll be Marsh. Very nice shot. Okay, new meta. Killjoy Marshall. Very strong, apparently, and he's going to get the job done for his team there in Tyrant. They pick up a 6th round here now. Still looking solid on Haven. McBTS, they waver a little bit, but they're going to have another buy behind them, and they reset and recover.
All I'm thinking to myself right now, Mitch, is I remember those Nebula guys. They were so good on those anti-ecos, just walking together, not just running one at a time into the site. That was so good to watch.
It's funny when it actually happens, hey?
Mind Freak and BTS, they're losing to these half buys couple times tonight. Not what you want to be seeing from boys with this kind of experience. Maybe getting a bit overconfident against these underdog teams, not taking for granted that these guys actually have some real great aim on them when it comes down to the Marshals and the Sheriffs. Just give them a target to click on and they could do it. Cute little double push down C long in combination with the Sova. Gets a little bit of info here for the boys on Tyrant. Suave trying to hold on to the B site, and he's got a tall task ahead of him here, Mitch.
So funny. I was just thinking to myself, you've probably casted enough Asian CS to be ready for these kind of buys where, you know, crazy things sort of happen. But Suave, he's doing some crazy things right now. Speaking of that, look at that right there. 3 big frags found from the Astra defending the site now. He's going to even look to reposition. They still do have the spike in the hands of Maple, but that is a very, very big statement. Pocket's going to be able to pick up one more. Not quite dropping the spike, but Suave, he's looking good. Might be able to take down Zenkoko here. You'd be very happy with the 4K, but never mind. Does go for the opposing sort of pick. Now, how do they play this? They are still split up, but the opportunity is given to Myth, and he's going to swing on in, dropping down the side of McBTS. 10 rounds still. Tyrant, though, closing the gap, now up to 7.
I mean, unfortunately, you know, there was one very big weak spot on the map there from Tyrant, which was that A site, complete retake. They were triple push down C long, and they had 2 towards B. And BTS just decided to go into B, which, look, they had their opportunities there as well. If Swab chooses his timing wrong there, he goes down for free and that round's over, but he comes up big for Tyrant, gets himself a 3K, and now he's put a fair amount of economic pressure on BTS. A lot of ults coming into the fray now as we head towards this round. Got the Killjoy ult and the Cosmic Divide for Tyrant, as well as the couple of big impact ults on BTS, which could be quite good on some of these post plants, but the Seekers being used to just create a little bit of space, and so far so good this time around. No dropping 3 players on the entry into the big site, and McBTS are actually going to push deeper past the wall and try to find a little bit more control into B as they establish that spike.
Yeah, definitely much more space created, and that's shown there by Maple to pick up one. Clutchy to get another. Doesn't actually overextend either. Make sure he gets the reload down. Doesn't destroy the Leah, but it's Maple there to pick up 3, and now he's going to find just Orange Pearl, and unfortunately, he's still such a long way away. The Trailblazer surely going to spot him out shortly, but in the end, he does choose to fall away to the site, and that's going to be a save. So But BTS, a much cleaner round, looking to not just sort of, you know, funnel them way through one area. That's what they got to do. They've got to still fall into that play, whereas if at least they move as 2, 3, 4 players up towards the side, they are the better team. So they need to push in that regard. Tyrant are getting really good opportunities, but it's rounds like that where McBTS reign true. So 11 rounds will be secured, still 2 more for victory. Tyrant still with opportunities in hand as they've still got some okay cash. Maybe Maple doesn't, maybe Myth doesn't have enough, but we'll see.
I mean, as well, just seeing that from BTS is like the hallmark of an experienced team. Just getting completely shut down by a 3K on a certain setup and realizing, let's just do that again, because I don't think that round boils down that way most of the time. You know,
Yeah.
old mate just went pretty huge there. So this time it'll definitely work, and they were 100% right about that. They just throw the exact same play at Tyrant, and this time much more effective. McBTS now looking towards the C side of the map. Great little tag from Orange Pearl should net him the frag onto 10 side there. So a man advantage for Tyrant here, who could potentially cause another cute little upset on a round like this where, you know, they have a fair amount to work with.
Pocket does get blinded up just slightly by that guiding light. A little bit awkward, but he's got the Leas to send out. Does have the Empress available if he does so choose, but it's actually going to be Orange Pearl. That's his second frag found in the round off the back of the Sova utility. And it does send McBTS packing away from the C side for now.
Yep. Reminding me of a player who shall no longer be named from North America, just getting kills with his Sova util. Haven't seen that for a good little minute. Good stuff from Orange Pearl. Gives this team a pretty massive advantage in a critical round. Tyrants getting close to being on the ropes in this best of one here, so they need a bit of a break.
30
and
seconds left.
now McBTS going back to the drawing board in this 3-on-5, trying to just walk up onto this A site, and they might be given the space to do it. There's the bird in. They're going to try to chuck the wall down, but immediate ult in from the Killjoy. This might rush the plant here. Clutchy going to chuck that one down pretty quickly, but they need to get out of the site, and Orange Pearl might have them pinned in here.
Get out of my way.
Traps him into the corner. Now we're going to see the Cosmic Divide come down, and unfortunately that utility isn't going to quite get through. Maple does go for the old push on in, and we'll be able to at least find one, but Suave quick up the trade. They're onto the other side. Will they find the right timing? The answer is kind of, as Suave does pick up 3, so that's another 3K where he's actually brought Tyrant back into this match. 8 rounds now, and that was a great use of the Cosmic Divide as well, because the utility that was being sent out by McBTS was basically forced back. And then on the opposing side, as all members were there, it was too hard to trade anyone onto the other side of the ultimate. So very nicely done for McBTS.
should probably place some stars in the astral plane.
Good stuff. Right when they needed a round as well. Big step up from Orange Pearl, as well as Suave. Suave's been having a couple of big impact 3Ks. This man is having an excellent game against quite a quality squad. Nothing to be ashamed about whatsoever. This is an important round. Both of these teams, their money's a little bit wonky, a little bit weird. And as we head towards the tail end of this game, this could be a chance for McBTS to essentially secure themselves a win. Or on the other hand, Tyrant to try to even the scoreline here.
Another good pick. Maple will be able to collect it here. Mit's put into a bit of an awkward spot here, but Tensai only gets away with a little bit of luck there. Maple looking to clear around. Will actually be able to drop down Pocket. Maple certainly getting a bit of a pickup now. 31 points of HP though. Does have the teammate to heal him up if he does have him come up shortly. Sicko will be able to use that overgrowth. And now Marsh just on the other side, getting down the turret. Thank you, Sicko, for the heal, my friend. And now it's all onto just Orange Pearl. And he's gone.
Yeah, that was a big critical round for Tyrant to be winning. Keen to see what their money looks like after that one. They do have access to the Raze ult. Yeah, this is what I feared. 2 players sitting around 2k. They've fallen right at the last hurdle, unfortunately. And when you look at the ults that BTS have to work with, you don't have high hopes for Tyrant at the tail end of this game. 1 off the Sky ult. They've got 3 of the big impact ults ready to go as we head into this final gun round where they have a much stronger buy than their opponents. This is going to have to be a massive play from Tyrant. Someone's going to have to dig real deep, and I'm not sure if they have it in them. Again, another push down C-Long from these lads.
Oh, I guess it's a pretty cool result, right? You know, they've done pretty well here in the sense that they've found some good frags, they've found some good team moments, and I think, you know, that's what I touched upon sort of just before we went into this game. Even if it's a loss, even if it's not quite what they would have hoped for, it's an opportunity to play against some other really solid teams and actually take a step back and look at those VODs back, work out where you guys went wrong, see sort of how McBTS was working, and yeah, I think they can be walking away quite happy for this, even if they're unsuccessful right now. But look at Pocket's positioning right now, Mitch. He does find one. The Seekers are going to spot him, so he will have to use that dismiss to get away back towards C-Long, but the spike is going down in the 3-on-3.
Yeah, could still be winnable here for Tyrant, but Seiko's taking matters into his own hands. The flash straight through, and I thought he was going to get the Astra in the Cosmic, in the little Astra form there, but he has actually found Suave, so very clued onto his position, and now it's all on Pocket and the Killjoy of Tyrant to close this one out. They're going to have a tough task here, Mitch.
Absolutely, the Cloudburst to sort of isolate the position now, and as they do start to try and come through, Maple just making quick work of them, but I've got sort of some thoughts for Pocket right now. Pocket could do something huge, Mitch. This is the 3k already, but look at the repositioning from Maple. That's so smart, getting his way into the cubby. I don't think there's enough time. He doesn't quite find the frag, but that should be the round done. Maple has played that to absolute perfection, despite the valiant effort from Pocket. But there we go, Mitch. Another match that does go the way of sort of, I guess, the more so favoured team in this regard, as we do see McBTS drop it out 13-8.
Yeah, not too bad of a result, especially considering they had a little sub, a little stand-in coming in. They don't have too much prac under their belts. Good to see the Tyrant boys, just like Bandits earlier on, couple of up-and-coming players in OCE who are grinding and making their way through open qualifiers and, you know, getting some decent rounds off of some more experienced teams. So I'm keen to watch their improvement and their trajectory as a team as we move through competitions like this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, maybe that's a bit of a wake-up call for Big BTS. As we said, can't really delve too hard into it, given that they aren't at that full 5 roster. They still got plenty of time to work and obviously build each other's sort of, you know, confidence around each other, because we did see it, right? You know, there was plenty of early on rounds where they sort of did seem like they had a bit of that team synergy, and it was only really the rounds where they kind of like got a bit overconfident, pushed down wherever they didn't sort of need to, try to find those frags and other things along those lines. But yeah, I think, you know, as you perfectly mentioned, great job from Tyrant, sort of trying to get to that position. And also, guys, we are just waiting for an interview. I do hope that we will have Maple come in shortly, but we'll give it some time. So I guess, you know, on that sort of notion, is there anything for, like, you know, your words? Obviously, you've been around as a coach and a player and things like that. Do you have any sort of kind of comments that you could give to a team like Tyrant that obviously are still in the competition, but going down to that lower bracket?
I I don't know. To touch on the first point, I can just go grab Maple if you want. She's just in the other room, and I can bring her. And she probably can't speak so great on the mic. Either way, though, in terms of the teams that I'm seeing, they got a fair bit to work on. A lot of them do have certain aspects of the game down really well, but they just need to work on their game and make it a little bit more well-rounded. Definitely don't be ruining your economy right before the first gun round, though. That definitely doesn't go well in most games. No buckies.
Well, we do actually have a separate interview, and I'm not going to complain about this one. We've got Zenkoko on the line. Aaron, my friend, how you going? There was a little bit of chaos in that one, but you did get through in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we came into it pretty confident. It was kind of just, probably noticeable. It was pretty troll. We're just running around, just having a bit of fun. Yeah, got the W. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
No, absolutely, man. And I guess the sort of touching point on I want to find here is obviously, as we know, Andy's not able to play this one. So hopefully we will see him come back for the upper echelon, in a little while longer. But you sort of teased upon an org. So clearly you guys are, this is a serious roster and you guys are sort of pushing towards with some good practice. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We're in it for the long haul. So it's unfortunate that we can't use Andy. But, Maple's extremely good fifth. So we'll just finish out this tournament with Maple and, get Andy back on the games and watch him frag up, hopefully.
All right. I just had one very long-winded question for you, Zen. I know that you've been playing various tactical shooters for a long time, back when I still tried to actually play, a bit of Counter-Strike and stuff. You're kicking around in the divs as well, and you've been in and out of a couple Valorant teams. What's the journey been like for you throughout your career, and do you think you're going to try and kick it up into the Div 1? You were saying in the interview before you want to be a top 4 Valorant team. What's that journey been like from you, and what are your expectations, and what do you think's held you back a little bit in the past in some of the other teams?
Well, if we're just going to, might as well just talk about Valorant. I think every team I've been in has probably been a top 3 team, so I'm just setting that expectation for myself. Like Ground Zero will probably be a top 3 team, and then obviously Legacy was my previous team. Definitely top 3 team. But we just haven't been able to break into that top 2 bracket yet. So hopefully with this team we'll be able to, get into that top 2. But we'll see what happens. Just especially with Sonics being overseas. So.
Sweet.
Yeah, no, awesome. Well, excellent to hear, man. I guess, before we do wrap up and let you roll on, any sort of final words or comments you want to throw out to the stream since we're on the Valorant main channel right now?
Follow McBTS at Val on Twitter. Hopefully we'll have an exciting announcement soon. Maybe, who knows? And shout out Andy KB. That's my boy right there. And cheers to the cast, boys.
Well, there you go. No dramas, my friend. Thank you very much. I obviously did get to hear from Zenkoko there. So, guys, thank you again. It's been awesome. We're now 3/4 of the way through. But, of course, that does mean that we will have one extra match around the corner. That is going to be McTeam versus Paradox. So, again, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the next game.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once more to the VALORANT Oceania Tour of 2021. But I do have to give a quick shout on the way into LG Ultra Gear. Get geared up for victory. LG Ultra Gear is a powerful range of gaming displays integrated with high-performance functions to offer enhanced immersion for players in any gaming environment. With beautiful ultra picture quality, LG Ultra Gear displays provide smooth motion with reduced stuttering and fast HDR imaging thanks to the latest syncing technology. So again, check out lg.com/New Zealand for all the info. Guys, we are back for what will be the final match of the night. Of course, it's going to be McTeam versus Paradox. And Mitch, what are your sort of thoughts on this one? Like, I have known McTeam been around for a while, but they've had so many different changes. It's like a mates team, who knows? And Paradox on the back end, they've sort of been, trying to put in some extra work.
As far as I understand it, McTeam is a meme team who you never know what to expect from them. So, they could come out with like some of the, it's a team full of quality players. Don't get me wrong, with some good experience, but every time I've seen them play, it's just been an absolute mess and a bit of a meme all around. Whereas Paradox, a decent squad. I can't say that they're one of the best teams in the region, but they're definitely knocking on the door of that status. And when they're having a good day for themselves, they could definitely take it to some pretty quality teams. So I would expect Paradox to be the team that would be the favorites. But when you combine a team like McTeam's antics with a best-of-1 format, you can't really make a prediction about who's going to win no matter who they're up against, I feel.
This one's hard. This one's hard for sure. And that's what I mean. Like, I don't even know who the hell's going to rock up into the server. That's the main thing, right? They've sort of settled a little bit more, but who knows? So we are obviously going to find out about that shortly. So why don't we actually do it? Why don't we dive in, check out these teams, what we actually do have coming in tonight. So there we go. McTeam. It's going to be Jamie, Andy, McEgg, Dinky, and Pears. Okay, so no Exile tonight. It's just going to be, I think, not sure exactly who swaps out for each of them. But anyway, regardless, it's not going to matter. I don't actually really know what these guys sort of do too much either as well. I know, I'm going to be expecting Dinky, obviously, on a duelist of some form. I know Andy, being back from his AWPing days, is going to be picking up that jet. And Pears, he's a Super Chump player as well. So honestly, don't know, don't care. Just happy to sort of be watching these guys because I know it's going to be a fun game. That's all I know.
Yeah, we've got a lot of players with a fair amount of experience. I think, we've seen a lot of these guys kicking around the CS scene here and there, and obviously they've been playing Valorant seriously, for a while. So they definitely have their head around the game.
Absolutely. But of course, they're facing off against Paradox, a team that has been sort of putting in the hard yakka lately, a little bit of extra work. It's a team that I've actually been quite excited to witness as of late. They've been doing some cool things. Obviously, again, they're a little way behind. Maybe they need a little bit of extra work. There's no sort of like crazy on the top, over the top sharp players. Bringing in Azo is an exciting one for me because he is a really sort of sharp player, but kind of plays a little bit trolly. He wants to pick up those Vipers and things like that. And it has been paying off. So I'm interested to see how well he's going to slot into that one. But aside from it, we typically sort of do see, Indy sort of maybe on that jet, Nation sort of looking to pick up the Cypher. But, oh man, anyway, regardless, good team and just excited to see how they go in the server.
I think from what I've seen, I think it's usually exempt on the jet unless I'm wrong about that, and it's changed up recently. And he used to be doing pretty decent work. I think across the board, it's a decent squad of decent players. I think the standout just has to be Nation, far and away. I think this guy could actually be on a top team in Australia if he was given the opportunity, and he always delivers every game.
Yeah, Nation has been really, really interesting to watch, so I am looking forward to that one. But hey, look, here it's kind of, who knows what's going to happen between these two. Just sort of happy to take a look at, some of the really individually good players. So, Indy has been putting up some great numbers, of course, and the same could be said for Andy. I think he's obviously been around for that long, taking a little bit more relaxed, but, certainly sort of looking to enjoy it.
Is an interesting one. There was a point in time where, you go back a couple of years and you'd see Andy as being one of the top AWPers in Australia in Counter-Strike. He was definitely knocking on the door of being one of the best for sure. And he was on some pretty quality squads, playing top 4 competitions against players who now in Counter-Strike are overseas. So he's a very experienced head, and he definitely knows how to play a high-pressure match. Not that this match would be probably his claim to fame, I would imagine, in terms of matches that he's going to remember for the rest of his career, as illustrious as it is.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, he's got those land fundamentals. I know Jamie's the same. You know, they typically do walking over and pick up those Queensland lands. So a big shout, obviously, over to that. But as usual, you know, we have got some video content for you guys. We sat down with Delusion before the game to get a little bit of an insight in Camp Paradox. So let's see what he had to say.
So first up on Thursday, we have a best of one against McTeam. And then if everything goes according to plan, I think on our side of the bracket, McBTS will beat Tyrant. So we'll have McTeam and McBTS. So we'll have the whole Ronald McDonald Foundation come for us after.
Keeping them at bay, exempt. Cup, nicely done on the judge.
We only have a few strats here and there. A lot of the stuff's been on the fly. We've been like changing comps map to map to match the teams we're versing. It's a lot of stuff that we need to work on still. A lot of small mistakes, and then I think it's like execution-based stuff.
It's all on the exhibit. 4 HP, not enough.
But showings have been good. We have a coach in now. We got Vonti. He came in, he's helping out a bit, and we've got a manager coming on board as well. So the roster's fully forming, the team's fully forming. We just need to get the structure and everything behind it now.
He's actually going to be spotted too. Nation with the 4K.
Against McTeam first up, I think maybe pairs could just like 50-50, 1v9 the game. I don't know. Other than that, there's like not too much as long as we stay structured. Obviously, there's people on the roster that have the potential just to go huge. So as long as we stay structured, we'll win. Even though it's only been 2 weeks, we've played every map. We've been like trying to get ourselves onto every map on purpose. We played a lot of blind the first few days, trying to get used to it. And then it just like got into a spot where that map's a little weird. Right now with Astra Viper, playing that map the right way is sort of annoying. So depends who we verse. We've been banning that. We're comfortable on everything. I think T-side split needs a bit of work, but we should be good.
Well, always great to hear from the players like that and getting the cheeky little webcam interview content as well. So a massive shout out to Delusion to getting that one on the board. But I did like that insight, Mitch. You know, they're sort of breaking it down. I like how he's mentioned that the play or style, I guess, on Bind is a little bit chaotic right now. And I think seeing like a tweet from one of their players saying his PC just couldn't quite take it, dropping down to like 60 frames because of all the Viper clouds and Astra clouds going everywhere.
Dude, that's the same as me. My PC's horrible. I mean, you mentioned the webcam interview. I definitely would not be hiding my face if I was a handsome lad like Delusion. And, he dropped a few little nuggets of knowledge, what the team's looking like. The pairs 1v9 potential is definitely real, going back to the Counter-Strikings. And also he's quite a sharp player in the Valorant. So definitely not something you can be taking for granted at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But, let's find out, of course, as usual, what map we are going to be seeing inside this best of one. Hey, look, Mitch, it's like we've seen it before. Haven, baby. We're not going to see anything exciting right now, it seems. So what was it? Ascent and then 3 back-to-back Haven. So that's the joys of these best of ones. But it's okay because, of course, we are going to be running through that lower bracket tomorrow and then the upper bracket on Saturday. So that should be where we do see some extra maps come out here and there. But I guess, look, mate, what are your thoughts?
I don't know. Like, my nightmare playing a Valorant competition is a best of one on Haven. So I don't know why all of these teams are so keen to get into it. Like when I was like for the one competition or whatever that I was playing, my first ban in best of threes was Haven. Just get rid of that map. I never want to touch that map personally. But now it's the choice of all the lads here in the best of ones today. So you know what? Why not? We've seen. I feel like every game's been reasonably good on Haven, so can't complain too much to see another one. And you add McTeam playing into all of that. It should be an interesting one. Keen to see if Paradox can 1v2 the Ronald McDonald Foundation, as Delusion put it.
It is funny as well because the whole thing is right. You know, technically, I guess putting it on paper, McBTS is probably the better team. The McTeam, don't let Jamie hear me say that because he'll probably smack me. But yeah, man, you know, because at McTeam, they got it's the academy team, man. You know, McTeam is the main team. So, you know, big shouts to Ronald for, you know, supporting the Australian Valorant scene. You love to see it.
Yeah, Macca's is obviously a staple of Australian culture, so it's great. You know, first of all, Overwatch, now random Valorant teams that change their roster every 2 weeks. Where will we go next?
Taking it off across the board. So, yeah, look, you know, obviously we will be getting into that one shortly. I do think there was something said about how a player was taking a little bit of extra time. So I will bring that one over across to me. Okay, so it does look like we're actually having a sub come in, which is fair enough. So I'm going to out this person. Andy, if you're playing into a competition, do not uninstall Valorant before the competition, my friends. So that's what's happening, everyone. The game wasn't installed quick enough, so we're actually going to have Relapse come in to pick it up. But I do think from memory, Relapse does pick up the Jet, so it should be a pretty easy one-to-one transition. So, look, there's been too much happening right now, Mitch. We're just going to run straight into the game right now. Let's dig in once more. I feel like I'm repeating myself over and over again, but Haven. It is going to be the map, the 3-site special. And once again, I remind everyone watching along at home, thank you so much for being a part of this journey tonight. It is stage 2, close qualifier number 2 of the VALORANT Oceania Tour. 2021 has been a wild year. All these teams are running for the North America closed last chance qualifiers. Let's rock and roll.
It's the McTeam special. How can you prepare for a team that doesn't even know who's going to be in the server when you're playing against them? It's impossible. It's their greatest strength. And it's coming in yet again. You love to see it. You've got, oh God, I'm not even going to try. You got Pears and Co. in the server for McTeam. Keen to see if they can... yeah, you never know. You never know. I'm never going to be saying Sova's name. That's not going to be happening. Little iffy on the Astra name. Oh, that's gorgeous. The Breach and the Jet combo, as effective as always. You are right. It's Indy on the Jet. Initial flashpoint into the dash. The flash and dash combo, effective as always. Not to mention the double up from Indy, who's just taking control of the round by himself, and he's going to dash out of danger after pretty much winning the round for Paradox. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, Mitch.
Right, I'm just going to remove the Nook and just roll on with the individual names at the moment. So that's Mike. The Astra. Nice to meet him. And Exempt will take him down. So that was extremely clean to come out from the side there of Paradox. Nice and early to take it on.
Yeah, I was expecting to see
so yeah, Eric,
Exempt.
Shane, Mike, Pears, and Relapse. We're going to go with that, all right?
Ah, yes. Yes, all of them have their real first names, of course.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I was expecting to see Exempt on the Jet, but Exempt is now on a Raze and Indy's on a Jet. And if Indy's going to keep doing that on the Jet, then why not? I'm happy to see it. Gorgeous. Alrighty. Into the anti, you go for Paradox. And so far, so good. Nation doing what he does. Usually on the Sentinel, I guess he's going to be on the Astra, as Paradox has chosen not to run a Sentinel on Haven, which is an interesting one. It's something I've thought a little bit about, but I've always come back to the point of, yeah, but this map is like retake simulator, so why not make one of the sites that's going to be a little bit weaker easier to hold with a Sentinel? I don't know. Stylistic differences.
So moving on in, Indy wants some more frags, and he's going to be able to get them, actually. Azo will be taken down, has to reload, producing the Tailwind to get on out, but it's going to be Delusion to pick up. So Relapse will be able to take down Indy, but Delusion is there to at least solidify. So another relatively easy round for Paradox. That means they're going to be moving into the bonus very happily with an Operator. Okay. I don't mind it.
I don't know about that.
It's definitely...
I think I'd prefer to see the Blade Storm than the Op in round 1. But against the lineup that you're seeing from McTeam, it might not be too bad. Okay.
Swapping it over to Azo so he can use the Blade Storm.
I have so many questions. It's a retake Breach on C, and then A control from the rest of Paradox. They've got some decent control. Drone through from Eric. Does get a tag on the Sova, but they haven't cleared Exempt, who's up close, and here's the main man who could do some damage here, but he's been cleared by the drone actually, and the Astra utility keeping him safe for the time being. An absolute mess of utility going back and forth, and it's looking good for McTeam to isolate this player, I think.
Okay. So Eric with that opening pick, Nation, does offer himself the trade. Mike just on the other side. I don't know if he's actually going to be ready to spot out Delusion on the other side of this nebula right now. Will dissipate, so at least going sort of back to normal. But still just sort of buying that time. 50 seconds, 4-on-4. Plenty of time to work with.
Sova's not been cleared, man. Just waiting. He's waiting for his moment. Just back to back with Mike, who's in the Astral form, the 3-man contact up short. Nation's ready to receive. Is that a sound cue? Does that make a sound cue? I actually don't know. I should know that.
It's not going to matter because unfortunately Delusion can't quite find anything there in that situation. It's all left on to just 2 members here. Indy going to try and make his way through with the Blade Storm, of course. Again, you know, this wasn't exactly the best purchase decision in this situation, but at least Indy can find one. And now Azo just sort of has to sit there. The Breach Operator, not exactly the meta, from what I can understand. And he's just going to sit
I don't know what
CT,
happened that
sort
round.
of start to walk away. Yeah, just chaos, really.
I don't know what the decision was with that purchase heading into the bonus. It's just a bit of a head scratcher for me. An interesting round, just you two flying back and forth with the contest over A long. After all said and done, McTeam end up with the round for themselves, and look, the Jets still able to hop onto that operator next round, so not all is lost for Paradox, who do lose their quote-unquote bonus. I'm keen to see how the economy breaks down after all of that said and done. Obviously 3 players can buy. Azo can buy as well after saving himself the op, but if he wants full of the flashpoints here, we'll have to forego that primary. Goes down to the Spectre in this case. In the meanwhile, McTeam, Bladestorm available for relapse, but he's going to go ahead and buy himself up a rifle as well. So this is an important round. Both teams could be financially having some issues. Push down C long will be spotted out by the Sova drone.
Looking to push through as well. Trying to spot that out. Azo does choose to fall away out of the cubby. Now Pairs looking to also sort of get back. So McTeam not really able to create any grounds up towards that C site location. It does look like they're sort of resetting their sights on towards B right now, with A having the full information gathered by the side of Paradox, just sort of locking down towards long. But the slow creep in, they do have a member towards the back of the site, but they are going to dive in towards the site. Nation is going to be able to at least sort of keep them there for the time being, but Indy finds a great shot of the relapse.
Yeah, 2 picks going the way of Paradox, and a third as well before this spike post plan can really be set up. And I'd say that's probably just going to be McTeam dead in the water here. A easy as you like retake from Paradox, not even contested except for 1 frag from Big Mike. And that will mean that McTeam is probably pretty broke heading forward, and Paradox will be back on top.
Got it done. I do sort of have a bit of a feeling, right? If there's not sort of the individual pop-off from Pairs, and we're not seeing that just yet. He's 0-3 for the time being. Shane also hasn't really done much. I'm going to... Oh, no, it's even still hard to tell. Hang on. Let me bring up these players. So, it would be... Maybe Dinky is maybe Mike. Egg would be Eric. And Shane would be Jamie. That's what I'm feeling. And chat could correct me if they would like.
I have no idea. I'm not even going to attempt to guess. All I can think of is that McTeam is... this is what I want to see. I just want to see them turn loose. Don't worry about trying to go towards the site together. Just let Pairs go and take map control. He had an opportunity there. Delusion, very clued on as to what's clean and dirty around the map. Does make sure that his crosshair placement is on point. And he's deflected that aggression. In the meanwhile, Indy, nice tag onto the Sova there. Puts him within an inch of his life in this 4-on-5.
Indy picking up A good frag there as well. So at least in that situation, just on the other side of the nebula, Eric going a little bit low there. Mike doesn't quite get one. Shane good for the trade, but Indy's still watching just towards the other side of that nebula. That's a great shot though from the Sober of Eric. He's going to be taken down by the paint shells and Azo to close out the round as well. So Paradox pick up 4, looking nice and clean, not really allowing him McTeam into the game.
Yeah, it was the force in from McTeam to even up their money in that regard. Doesn't work out for them in that buy in particular. So they will have to go back down to the save. A couple of players getting pretty close to their ults. Keen to see if they hold on to those heading forward into the next gun round. A couple of big ults available for Paradox as well. I don't know. Not really getting a great read on what McTeam wants to be going for in this game. It's kind of like a mixed bag of lollies at the moment. Bit of everything. Bit of everyone running around everywhere as usual. Whereas Paradox, they're looking pretty comfortable right now. I would not be surprised if they close this game out pretty one-sidedly.
Yep. It always sort of comes to that, right? You know, individual prowess can get you a fair way, but when you're versing a team that is quite well sort of practiced and prepared, it does make it a bit of a challenge. That's a great shot from Indy there as well. Uses the tailwind to get out. Relapse does find the trade, but Azo is there to do the exact same. Now Shane, walking on up. Also was confirmed. So Shane is Dinky, and then Jamie is Mike. So I was close. Happy with that one. But they do still at least manage to take the site to some degree, but they've got to try and find some extra control because, Mitch, look where the spike is.
No, we don't care about the spike, Mitch. We got guns. Guns kill people. Usually.
There you go.
Not in this case. Unless you're Paradox. I think not bad. Not bad on the success rate of guessing players. 1 out of 3. Better than I would have done.
The good thing is at least I sort of swapped them around, you know, was like mixing it up a little bit, so that's fine. But regardless, Paradox starting off very strong, very dominant, and not really allowing sort of any breaks, because that's the craziest thing, right? Like I just always remember Pears as being this prodigy, the guy that could make it, the guy that was gonna be the next big thing, and then nothing really ever happened. And I'm hoping, you know, that see him potentially make it in a game like Valorant would, you know, maybe like him to even go back to CS. But hey, you know, sometimes people make the choices that they do. So that's okay. It's got to be the aggression up on towards the site now. Relapse looks to take it and clear it. So McTeam will be rewarded. And they are even going to have the lockdown popped as well to ensure that they can get this spike planted.
It's an interesting one. Spike doesn't go down though because the Sova ult does delay that one, but with the Gary control, the spike only now just going down. McTeam's still in a decent position, but with the retake on the cards here for Paradox, see how effective they are. They have the Rolling Thunder and the Raze ult. They got to retake this Gary control first though, Mitch.
Exactly. Shane does manage to find one. The Rolling Thunder from Azo does start to come out now onto the other side. Shane has actually picked up 3 here. Will be taken down by Delusion. Delusion gets a couple of his own. Now it's all onto Azo, looking to get a way around to the other side. Pez has been able to use that dismiss, and that's him onto the board now. Must have heard me talking about him, because now with 2 and a round success for McTeam, they are moving forward.
Yeah, slow start. We know he's got it in him though. Give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a big round to be winning. Paradox, obviously we're up 5-1 and had a great economy behind them, but a round like that for McTeam definitely makes this mountain a little easier to climb. And you try to win this next round and maybe one more gun round following that, then they can try to get on top of this economic advantage Paradox have for themselves right now. A couple ults available for McTeam as well. Bit of an ult advantage for them. Cosmic Divide as well as that Sova ult can definitely help them out. Maybe Pears can have another pop-off round with the Reyna ult, but with Indy already deep sea long and Exempt getting a lot of control, info rather, over towards A, and there could be some spanners in the works ready here as the spike goes down towards B, Mitch.
Spike planted.
Uh-oh! I saw that coming. Unfortunately for Indy, Nothing's going to be connected. Pairs is going to be able to at least look to find Delusion. This is that round you spoke about, right? The potential pop-off, obviously having the Empress available and getting a couple of frags as well. Shane will be able to do some damage. Exempt does find the frag. Relapse still towards front side. You know, there is an opportunity to get back into this. Recon Bolt not quite going to find anything, though, in this 2 versus 5. They've got so much that they need to try and pick up here. Onto the other side, looking to cruise around. Pairs gets his 3, and then also spotting out Exempt. He's likely going to look for the 4K, or Relapse will take it off him. And McTeam closing the gap, getting back into it.
Yeah, haven't even popped the Cosmic Divide. Haven't even used the Hunter's Fury, winning a round like that, which means they'll have them available for this gun round following. And they've got the lockdown as well, so a good few ults available here for McTeam that could, if used proficiently, pick themselves up around. If Nation finds himself a frag, he can have that Cosmic Divide available for the retake himself. But this game definitely getting closer. The economy is starting to flip. You can see Paradox, they're running out of cash. McTeam picking up steam. Unintentional rhyme. Different look from Paradox though. The push down middle on the contact completely catches Pairs. He's got no bloody idea. And Paradox just find themselves an easy as you like 2-man advantage and get out of dodge.
So slowing on up. Still very, very split the side of McTeam right now. Spike looking to sort of wander over towards C, whereas the remaining control is sort of heading towards that A position. Mike gets pushed back by that gravity well. Does sort of wait it out a little while longer. Looks like Eric pretty keen to jump back in. I guess the main thing is still playing this default. You know, they've got a minute left on the clock, but that's going to be Indy finding another into Mike and Exempt hopping his way over towards the other side of the site. He's been really entertaining to watch on this race recently as well, but there he is. Relapse. Look to try take one. Can't quite find a second. Azo will trade him out. Spike's so far away from Eric, and yeah, here we go.
Beautiful round for Paradox, start to finish. Easy 2-man advantage with the push down middle, and they closed it out fairly cleanly as well, so their money will be thankful for that. Just gun rounds on gun rounds, tit for tat at the moment between these two teams. And I'm wondering when McTeam is going to use some of these ults. They've been holding these big impact ults for a couple of rounds now, Conky. Just want to see him use them. Just use them. It's a free round. Going to go towards C this time. Maybe a bit of a Cosmic Divide on the cards over there.
So clearing out long once more with the Owl drone. Does get a lot of information early on as well off that back of that Recon Bolt. Delusion. Good trade of information. That's a good use of the Cosmic Divide as well across the other side. It does lock off the flank at the exact same time. Pairs does pick up one. Shane also good for one as well. Azo though does find the trade. And now that's a very good spike plant as well. Nice and open towards the other time.
No. Mid control being a big point of contest in this round, and Indy's won that for Paradox. Another Cosmic Divide coming in from the retake in combination with the Breach utility, as well as all of the Astra util. It's going to be a tough post plant here for McTeam to win, but you can see Mike stepping up big here. 2K for the man.
And now to that 1-on-2. What does Nation actually try to do here? Onto the other side. Great pre-fire onto Mike, but now he does tap onto the defuse. It should be Eric to find it. Ooh, a little bit shaky there, but he does get the shot in the end. So McTeam closing the gap. At least they do bring it up to 2. So I guess this is still an okay game, right? You know, there's a lot of chaos that sort of happened back and forth. Maybe they're, yeah, I don't know, just sort of taking their time to get into this one. But yeah, Pairs has opened up a little bit more now, top of the server after being from the bottom. And on the other side of Paradox, it looks like it's Indy still doing the damage. But yeah, you have to sort of see Nation, Exempt and stuff wake up now. This is, yeah, still continuing to be quite a varied comp. They clearly are trying to sort of find their comfort zone.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, I feel like this is a... Ooh, Pairs. There you go. What was he? I can't remember, like 0 for 4 or something like that. Man's definitely in his groove now. Love to see it. Finds the opener for McTeam, who are definitely evening up this score disadvantage. And I think we're going to have yet another close first half. teams trading map control at the moment as McTeam tried to go towards C long. You saw Paradox tried to go for that mid control. Did pick up on the fact that they're going to have some contact towards C, so they put 2 players over there. Indy's on the flank, and I'd say that Paradox is well and truly ready for this play to come in towards C here. They can definitely defend this one.
Absolutely, and somehow, some way, Delusion does actually manage to live on for a little while longer, but it's going to have to be Nation to try and drop pairs there. Shane, instead of 1 versus 2, they're actually going to try and hightail it out of there as well. Exempt just is on the other side of the lockdown, and it looks like we will have both members get away from that. So no detainees. They're actually going to start to rotate very quickly around as well. They're going to hear all these footsteps inside short. Nation just starts to walk. He's actually going to get the potential gravity well down in this position. Yes, he will. That's going to force the Parrot into an awkward situation. Nation, what a round. What a play on the estimation there.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. That's the kind of player he is. He's a very cerebral player. He's excellent with his util. Plays several situations to perfection and puts Paradox into a 2-on-1 here. Oh, the lineup was almost there, but Paradox had that one locked down in the 2-on-1, and that's an excellent recovery. I think McTeam just taking too long to rotate back around to C. It was very readable from Paradox, and even though they're at a man deficit, they were in the perfect positions to deal with a round like that.
Last round in the half.
Okay, so another round sort of found towards by Paradox, despite McTeam getting some damage done.
Here.
Still 3 rounds for them to find to try and close this gap. Obviously, only the 1 left in the half as well. Paradox potentially at a point where they could look to find 8 and really solidify themselves on this defensive side, pushing forward on the offense. But look at what Azo's actually looking to do here. Is that the Rolling Thunder nice and early in towards this position down short? This could be a little awkward. Good opening pick from Mike, but traded by Indy.
Not too bad. Gary control being contested now, and Nation doing what he does best, just locking down a portion of the map. He is the Sentinel player after all, supported very well by Azo. Excellent flashpoint to set him up for the 3rd there as well, and that round's just gone in the bin. Paradox, nice little resurgence towards the late part of the half, puts them up to an 8-4 scoreline, and I thought it was going to be a close half. I'd say that's an excellent little run there on the defense from Paradox, and now they move over to the attacking side. This is where you'd imagine they're probably just going to close this one out fairly straightforwardly, I would say.
Yes, sir. Indy back on the frenzy. Looks like it's still, still pretty strong in the meta as well, despite receiving a little bit of alteration. But obviously, still does appear to be a thing. We're seeing, I remember for such a long time, we did see the Classic and Shield for the most part, and now we're sort of seeing the Ghost come back, the Frenzy still hanging around. So always changing in a game like Valorant. But looking like Paradox sort of want to get a bit of a wriggle on early towards this C site. Azo looking to take that control with the Roblox hands. Inside to that position now. Here out Eric, good frag. And narrowly missing the 2nd as well. So it's going to be a very, very big task for poor mate Mike in the corner.
He's just done
This
for
is the knife.
Yeah, 5-on-3. Retake's going to be difficult, but Pear's putting in work from the flank on the Reyna. He's going to give Paradox something to worry about as they try to get themselves into this post plant. Retake comes in from Gary and Spawn simultaneously as well. And Pear's is creating so much pressure, staying alive here, but forget about it. Indy's got that one locked down on the site there, Mitch, and I'd imagine that this is probably going to be Paradox securing this one.
One enemy remaining.
Great shot from Azo as well. It's going to be tough for them to get back into this. Pairs was going to be taken down by the paint shells anyway. So nice and well done from Azo there. Liking him on this breach so far. He's good to be in that sort of supportive situation. Got plenty of assists as you would expect, up to 9 now. And also, relatively sort of consistent on the fragging department as well. So it looks like every single member of Paradox are doing exactly sort of what's required. And on the side of McTeam, they just really haven't sort of been able to, put their foot down strong enough. So it is a bit disappointing, a bit unfortunate that we haven't seen them pop off just yet. But I guess, potentially if they find their sort of presence on this defending side, there might still be an opportunity. But after this, Paradox are likely going to be running away with 10.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. Triple push down C long gets McTeam a fair amount of info, but you can see Paradox well aware of it. They've taken that B site for free. They're going to send it through Acon and take control. Keen to see if they're just going to send it into the A site. No, Just going to set up a post plant in the safe part of the map over there. Drone goes through, trying to gather some info on if anyone's through their seed con there, but the majority of these players coming in on the flank here.
Look at this clear. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find it. Nice refrag from Relapse. Exempt, getting some damage dealt to him as well by Mike. He's actually going to fall down, so this is some good damage that's being expended right now. Is this a winnable round? I probably don't think so. Now with Indy looking to peek up towards Tailwind to get away as well. And then onto the opposing side. They are going to lock them out the front of this side. Looks like Indy should be able to pick up another, but he's taking a lot of damage. There's not enough time, but at least they're going to do some really good sort of economic damage to this potential bonus round next. Oh no! Is that going to be Delusion going down? Yes, it will be. So it was only Indy that lived on in that round. Does have the Vandal. But Mitch, I don't think their bonus is going to be looking too happy here.
Nah, man. We've seen some real scuffed anti-ecos tonight, that's for sure. And that's another one of them. Just losing players right and left. Everyone being a little bit too disjointed. I think that round would have been a little cleaner if we didn't see a couple of Paradox players kind of fluff in the aim department. To be fair, maybe not necessarily the setup that was the problem as much, but after all said and done, it's the classic, we just won the round, now we're going to take an eco, which is something fairly unique to Valorant.
Yeah. I still remember the best example of that was when I was playing a ranked game and we won a round, and it wasn't the bonus, like it wasn't around pistol or anything, but we fully won a round and the team didn't want to drop below 2k. It was like, man, what, we're saving after we've just won? And then I got abused for being the stupid one. So, hey, I'll take my step back. I don't have that big Valorant brain.
It's true. It's true. I think I've just learned in life that I'll just assume I'm wrong, because that's usually the case. Either way, though, into the 4-on-4. Paradox definitely making this round quite competitive, even though they don't necessarily have the business doing it with the weaponry they went into this round with. Only one player on the rifle there. And this is a great position for Exempt. He can just cause so much havoc on the rotations and have so much impact here. And potentially it's a round-winning position for Paradox if they can get into the A site. And that's a big if when you see how deep in towards A sewer the Killjoy is. But they're just putting pressure on A and they're controlling the rotation. Forget about it. That was not it. That was definitely not it.
Have to pick up the pace now and sort of, try and gather that location towards the C site. And Pears is there with the Vandal. Going to be ready for it. Here's all the footsteps. Mike is in location. Front and center. And he can pick up 3 very happily here. Should even pick up a 4th as well. But it's going to be Pears to swing out and take that one off of him. So 5 rounds now for McTeam. And as you said, right, a really poor counter eco in the previous round for Paradox means that they basically have to take some sort of really awkward save rounds. Yeah. But luckily now, I guess they're happy to sort of take the L and move forward with the Vandals into the next round.
Yeah, that was a classic case of the perfect read and the worst aim possible from Paradox. That could have been them probably just winning the game right there and then. Either they've got a bit of a tougher task now as they go into a bye, as you said, but now McTeam's got about 2+ K in the bank on 4 of their players. So their economy is looking a little better than it might have. Contact towards long. Surely Pears doesn't have the timing here. The raw adjustment's not good enough from the man, and Nations earned Paradox a 1-man advantage with the Astra in the position that I would expect to see her in when I first saw this Agent's kit, and the fact that she could do it from anywhere on the map, which is just the 1-4 with the Astra lurking on the outside of the map for a util for the execute. Oh, that's beautiful from Shane and Mike, who pushes into long.
Well done. It's on to the remaining members now, Vazo and Indy, to sort of step up to the plate, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to do here. Looks like Relapse is not sort of too far away, but does he go for the peak, or does he wait for his teammate in Mike to sort of come and join him? Looks like Indy does try to find some additional control as best as they can, but they're actually, looking to clear out the CT position here. How do they sort of approach this one? Waiting just now for Mike to sort of get towards that position. They could potentially even try and find the frag. Are they going...
30 seconds left.
Timing. There's the info.
No. The worst possible timing. Relapse just with his crosshair at head height, but he didn't see 2 cross there, unfortunately. Mike's in the perfect position. That was a game of seconds there. I love the approach from Paradox. Don't need to rush the plant. Just inform your decision-making. Go hold hands together. and more often than not, you'll win the round, but that was not the right round for it, I guess, unfortunately. The right concept, just applied incorrectly. I think similar to what I was saying from Paradox as well. Usually the right read, the execution maybe not quite on point there, and that's going to be McTeam picking up another round. Not to mention the fact that if they can close out this one fairly cleanly, their economy is going to thank them for it, and they're, at that point, down 10-7, but with the economy to continue this comeback train. Let's see how Paradox go picking up the pace into the C side, though, Mitch.
Moving straight on in, Indy should be able to spot out Mike, but unfortunately it's not quite good enough. The paint shells will at least be able to get the trade. And Relapse now just waiting, does spot out Exempt onto the other side of the box. Pear's going to be able to pick him up there. And now looking to jump in towards his Cloudburst, utilising the tailwind there. One towards Long, that's Relapse. Picking up one more, Pears is there as well. And a much cleaner round for McTeam. Unfortunately for Paradox, obviously with the lesser sort of equipped nature, they do fall by the wayside here. So McTeam certainly starting to close that gap again. 3 rounds the difference now, 10-7, Mitch. At least they're making it a little bit more exciting. Are we going to see, what, another 13-8 result? Or, I don't know.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is, and the reason why I keep harping on Paradox not being able to close out these last couple of rounds is because they've made their jobs a little harder for themselves now. Yeah, they're still up 10-7, but now McTeam has a bit of an economy behind them. It means that they'll have to win gun rounds back to back. Not to like, you know, say that they can't do it, but I'm just saying this game could have been a lot easier and already over potentially here. Either way, though, we head into round number 18. A couple of ults available for both of these squads. I'd say Paradox have the better end of them in terms of the impact. And damn, Mr. Mike stepping up yet again. He's had a couple of impact frags these last couple of rounds, and he's going to find the opener on that Astra with the C-Long duel of all things. A risky one to be taking on a character like Astra, who if you die 5 seconds into the round, you're going to look like a bit of an idiot. But if it works, it works.
Good line by Pears. Like it. Good use of the dismiss to get out as well. Azo's playing a very aggressive line, sort of up on the other side too. Pears looking to sort of clear around. Eric will be able to force him away with that utility from the Sova. And our Nation walking on in. I feel like he's been a little bit quiet so far on this offensive side, but look, you know, again, still plenty of opportunity. Different not to see him on that Cypher, but look, at the end of the day, gonna like what he could potentially pull out on this Astra in the future, but the remaining 3 members, they do start to clear around now. The Empress has been popped by Pears, gonna be blinded up. Are they gonna be able to find anything on the way out here? The fault line is gonna tag him up a little bit, but another good use of the flashpoint. The utility is throwing him so hard, but it will be Eric to at least find one back. Now Nation in a 1 versus 3, but if anyone, Mitch, was in your 1 versus 3, I'd want it to be this guy.
I would agree. He's going to find one straight through the smoke. The jet dash into the site. This is very doable. He was isolating the fight so well, but Relapse is a little bit quicker on the raw adjustment. And he's going to take it for McTeam. They continue the comeback here, Mitch. They're getting back into the swing of things. Only 2 alive that time, so a little more costly. And look, let's be real. The spike going down and the loss bonus building up for Paradox means that they can potentially keep these buys coming, even if they have to drop down to a bit of light armor. And we will have a little bit of time to chat about the direction this game's heading in and the ults that are available heading into this gun round, because we have a bit of a tech pause for Paradox. Oh, it's a tack pause. I apologize. Our producer's from New Zealand, and I actually can't tell the difference. Like, I'm not even joking.
Oh, that is funny. Tick. Oh, man. Big shouts to Fraser in the studio right now, the king. No, don't. It's funny. Man, imagine how an Aussie sounds to some people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, with the meme that we had on AEST Champs of like the Russian betters coming into the chat was like us saying beers in the shower. And he typed it like the most cooked way in the chat. He was like, beers in the shower. Listen to these guys talk. This accent's cool.
And especially when you've got Mac on that broadcast. It brings it to a whole new level of Australian.
He does. He's about as Aussie as it gets. Bred straight out the gong.
Absolutely.
Got the Hunter's Fury
The deep
coming
south.
in pretty early on, applying pressure to Mike, who's been going big for McTeam. The split will come in to see, but maybe not before Paradox, or McTeam rather, could get a hell of a lot of players in position to try to defend this one. They've got a good read on what's going on, but the Rolling Thunder making things difficult for him, Mitch.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely, and straight on into it, onto the site early on. Eric will only be able to find the one as a response. Now Torn the Shane inside this 1 versus 4. Does at least collect one. Has to try and swap over towards the long position. Whether or not he just tries to sort of hightail it out of there and actually go for the save. But in the end, he does actually creep towards this long position, but no one is really interested. Nobody home, and I think Shane's just going to be happy to save up that one. Phantom, take it into the next round, reset, recover. The Paradox getting 11, and that won't only be sort of map point at 12, Mitch. It'll also be the evening point as well for us if they do start to get towards that. It's been 4 best of ones so far. Obviously, much more of the competition coming in the coming days, but a little bit of fun. It's been a bit, interesting.
That's how I would summarize OCE Sports. It's been a bit, for the most part.
Yeah.
Oh. Thought some exits were going to come out from Shane Warne. He's obviously in the server today. Bowling some great spinners. You'd love to see it. And you will see plenty more buys coming in from McTeam before the end of this game, though. That's what I was getting at. The economy for these boys. Pretty healthy after a nice little streak has come together for them. Couple ults available for him as well. Cosmic Divide. And you do have the Killjoy ulti as well as the Hunter's Fury available for McTeam. So I'm keen to see if they keep this momentum that they've been going on, or whether the couple of big ults coming in here for Paradox do make the difference to have that Raze ulti, obviously. This is a bit of a different look, though. I'm not sure if we've seen it operating yet for McTeam. Might catch Paradox off guard. And Azo, maybe not the person that you'd want to be taking the contact there. Maybe the man you'd want to see using the util to clear out some of these angles. A repeat from Pairs is very brave. But only goes 1 for 1 until Relapse finds another here, Mitch.
Good trade, though, from Exempt. I thought he had a little bit more in the tank there, Relapse, but unfortunately was traded out in the end. So still dropping it back to that 3-on-3.
Delusion. He's read this one well, but he's second-guessing himself. Perhaps heard the turret in towards Gary there and didn't want to give away his position. Expected the Killjoy to maybe be towards C-side due to that turret being active, but unfortunately we'll be picking the site that is most heavily fortified if he heads back towards B. But Paradox, they're just taking their time. They're running the clock down, and there's nothing wrong with that in an XVX situation when you're on attacking side. All you're going to do is force the defenders to be a little bit more honest in terms of their setup, rotate away around the map so that they have a little bit of everything covered most of the time, or take a bit of a risk, a bit of a gamble. And after running the clock down, Paradox have found themselves a favorable situation, essentially walking into A, walking into a post plant, more or less for free here. They're going to be happy with that one.
Absolutely. So Eric is going to have some utility heading over towards the spot, but they won't quite connect onto Nation. Does manage to sort of sleuth his way around before that. So they've got a decent sort of looking post plant. Delusion is in a challenging spot, can kind of get spotted out from heaven, but nobody's going to be heading towards there right now. The Nano Swarm to sort of clear out the close position as best as possible, but that is going to be the usage of the Cosmic Divide. And that's the good thing about this one. Obviously, with the Showstopper available, you can actually send it over towards through that wall. But our Nation just sort of trying to lock down this position. Is he going to have anyone sort of walking towards him? That's going to be one. We're going to find another. Just straight on in, rack him up. Mike does at least get the trade out, but Delusion is there to do the same. And Paradox, they hit map point.
Match point.
Very well done there. He's going to start to get towards the bottom of the bank accounts for McTeam, though, which is going to prompt them for a bit of a cooked buy, maybe not having access to everything they would have been wanting when map point is on the line. Yeah, look, there's been a couple of streaks from them, a couple of fight backs, a couple of pop-off rounds from individuals that we expected, but I think all in all, Paradoxes look like the more solid team in this best of one on Haven tonight. They're going to start to make their way towards Garage and B, a bit of a different look after pressure on A and C quite regularly has been the point of call for Paradox.
So sending that Aldrone in, trying to gather all the information. It's do or die right now for these teams. 3 members for McTeam sitting over towards that C site. Relapse trying to find something, but will be dismantled there by Indy. McShane will be able to at least get the trade. And now Pairs try and get that plant right now. Delusion, another clean, crisp shot. And they do still have the spike available as well. Eric, okay, stepping up to the plate when his team will need him, dropping the members low and ultimately finding that frag. Now they have to pick up the pace and run it down over towards A right now. And they're going to be heard out shortly as well. Shane is already all the way up inside heaven. Might actually be able to find the right amount of timing. But it's Nation and Azo in this clutch situation. Can they lock it out?
Plus 2 stars being used for smokes there just to get on the site, which means no delay in this XDX. Sova ult comes out, does get a nice little tag there, but doesn't finish off the frag as the spike goes down from Nation. Azo going to push forward, but then can't be ready for Pairs this far on the flank. Nation can. Of course he can. The man's always switched on, and he's going to even things up to a piece here.
Just needs to be careful not to be spotted out from heaven. Eric obviously taken low in that earlier mid exchange and does gather the information now, but he spotted out the member up towards top, but I don't think he was actually sort of focused on it right now. Will drop towards lower, and now it's onto that one-on-one duel. Is it going to be Nation to take it, or will it be Shane? The answer is the latter, as McTeam cling to life, holding on with 9.
Clinging on, barely. Keen to see what the economy is going to be looking like after this. No, McTeam was scraping the bottom of the bank, and this round will be no different. Couple of light armors coming in there. As for Paradox, yeah, not the best either. Couple of drops coming over. So whoever loses this round is going to be looking a little bit broke. Maybe have to take a save for themselves. It's going to be one of those rounds where ults don't really come into the equation, though, unless someone's going to be multi-fragging on one of these impact ult characters. Only man with access to his will be Nation. Indy looking to try to farm his Blade Storm over towards C long there. No spam really contesting. That was a cute little Astra smoke. Just trying to throw them off. But after all said and done, Indy does get access to the Blade Storm. So effectively getting himself much more deadly potential in this round than the Sheriff. Lot of emphasis for Paradox being put in towards that C-long control for the orb, though. So now they have to essentially reset to baseline and begin their default at the 1 minute 10 mark. Still essentially bumbling around in spawn right now. McTeam haven't seen too much of anything, so without that info, they're kind of curious as to what's going on. Pairs, unfortunately, gets caught on the wrong timing, peeking into a bunch of people at window. There's the Cosmic Divide on the B site for Nation as they look to set up the post plan here.
How are they going to go? Will Indy try to force his way through onto the opposing side, or is he going to wait? Azo is going to be able to get that spike planted. Now Relapse onto the opposing side. Couple of members looking to get ready to move out of the garage position now. Astral Form will be able to throw up a couple of different stars. Delusion, though, gets actually into a half-decent sort of location, but obviously those boxes are very damageable. The wallbang is easy if they do so choose it. Look at Eric. He's absolutely fixated on that location. There's the wallbang straight through, as I mentioned. And now it's going to be Indy to try and find something. We'll be able to clear it out at least one. But now Eric onto the other side. It's the 3 versus 2. Except to try and lock it down. He's going to be able to take down Mike. And Eric has all of the task on towards him right now. Gets the 3. But that's going to be the round. I am sure there's just not enough time. And Mitch, that will be Paradox. Your victors here. Except picking up 3 to close it out. But a 13-8 again. That is 3 back-to-back. 13-8 that we've just witnessed on Haven. So, I don't know. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, I mean, as far as best of ones go, we had some pretty good games tonight. Even the ones that I didn't expect to delivered quite nicely. So I'm happy with everything that I've seen. You know, seen a little bit of everything, and that's what you always get in the opening round of a stage.
Absolutely, and what better way to cap it off by obviously having the man we had in the interview earlier, Delusion, is going to be coming in to say g'day. My friend, how you going? How you feeling after that win?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it was like the first half we should have like 10-2'd it, and then on T side they started getting a few runs, so we just slowed it down, tack paused. Coach VOT comes in, tells us what's going on, and then we just manipulate the map a bit better. We had that one round, we ran out of garage and he gets 2 of us mid. That should have been the end of it, but that's all right, we closed it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. And look, I'm liking this sort of roster. You know, obviously, only casting you guys a couple of weeks back and everything, and seeing everything sort of change. AZO now in the breach, so it looks like you guys are still swapping up your agents, and Nation obviously on Astra. How's that all going? Trying to slot into the new agent lineups?
I'm not even kidding, man. We're just playing like every map that comes up. We're like, hey, what should we play? And then we just like think of it sort of on the spot. The breach worked the last 2 Haven games we played, so we're like, oh, I'll stick with that for now. And then like even when we versed Direwolves the other week in another tourney, we like on the day before we versed them, as I was like, dude, I should just play Viper on Ascent. And I was like, all right, if you want to do it, do it. And we just play Viper on Ascent. We lost the best of 3, but we won the map that we just, you know, pulled something out middle of nowhere. It's really fun.
Fair enough. Sounds like you guys are in a bit of a state of flux at the moment. Now, you guys have changed up a couple of players in terms of the roster. You know, Conky was talking about it a little bit. How have you been finding, you know, playing in the pro scene in these couple of competitions? And what do you think Paradox needs to get to that next level of competition and make it up near that sort of top 4 bracket?
Well, now that like VOT or Sapling, whatever he wants to be called now, and we got a manager coming on board too, so we've got a coach and a manager now. It's just more the schedule as a team. Like we've never really been disciplined enough on ourselves to prac properly and review properly to sort of exceed what we're capable of. And now it's sort of like we have that schedule running, and we can get like multiple nights a week in. We'll have our set nights for theory and all that sort of stuff. It's just going to be a lot easier to get better because we don't have to do all the thinking ourselves, and we have people helping us.
Cool.
Yeah, no, fair enough, man. And I guess, look, you know, we'll keep it relatively short, my friend. Obviously, you've managed to push forward into that Saturday period where you're going to be going into the upper bracket. Is there any sort of teams that you're worried about sort of coming up, or any like hard competition you're looking for? And also, do you have any words that you want to sort of put out before we close up?
Not too much really. I thought we were playing tomorrow, but if we're playing Saturday, that's fine. It didn't bother me either way. BTS, we screamed them a few times. It should be alright. I think there's a few VODs out there, so we'll go have a look at a few things if we can, and then obviously set up. I know Maple wasn't playing ESL with them, but he is now, I think, and he's always, you know, deadly. Perth Warrior. And yeah, it's real good fun. I mean, Mind Freak, I think is beatable. Direwolves, I think is beatable. I think everyone in this closed qualifier is beatable right now, and I think we'll have close games with almost everybody.
Awesome. All right. Well, there you go, guys. You just have heard from Delusion. So appreciate him coming on board as usual. But Mitch, look, you know, sort of just having a bit of a recap of what we've seen tonight. Let's jump in to that bracket and really sort of get it brought up in front of us right now. So Mind Freak to take down Bandits, Nebula obviously over Direwolves, McBTS to drop Tyrant, and then finally what we just did see is Paradox dropping McTeam. So I guess aside from potentially the Nebula versus Direwolves, but I sort of did teeter towards your thoughts that, you know, Nebula are obviously looking more structured. They did kind of end up feeling like the favorites, so that now gives us a better understanding of what we've actually got in the upper bracket, which obviously will be played out on Saturday, and then the lower bracket, which I believe is going to be coming through tomorrow night. What are your thoughts?
I think that the opening games went the ways that I expected them to, and I think that that's always a good thing. What you want from every quality competition is actually, you know, people get so excited about the upsets, but for me, I like it when the competition goes the way that it's meant to go, because what it basically means is you get a better quality competition as you head deeper and deeper into it, and we're getting closer towards these qualification games, so these upper bracket matches should be pretty spicy to see who qualifies through to that next stage. And, you know, I know they're all going to be relatively exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, mate, Mitch, that wraps us our night pretty much. We can sort of, you know, push forward and close it, and then, you know, head into those lower brackets, obviously, tomorrow. There is going to be some change-ups of casters and everything like that. All I can say is, Mitch, it's been a pleasure casting with you again, my friend. It's our first Valorant cast together. We've done some CS in the past and everything like that. I'm still having flashbacks to China like every single day these days. I miss it a lot. But yeah, is any sort of like final words before we do wrap up from yourself?
Nothing too much. I always love casting with you, Mitch. And now that we've seen Filipino legend Papi Chulo coming over to Valorant, maybe it'll be yet another chance for us to scream his name at the top of our lungs. But either way, I've always got my eye on the Valorant scene in OCE. We have a team that's overseas, number one, but most importantly, with the region that we have and eyes on this competition, I'm really keen to see who's going to bring strong form in towards the latter part of this year and have a crack overseas.
No, absolutely. But guys, that is exactly right. So tomorrow night, do remember it's going to be 6:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, where we do get to see those lower brackets go on. It's going to be myself and Komodo bringing those action through to you. But yeah, look, obviously, again, I've been Conky. A massive shouts to Pilski for joining me on this journey this evening for the 4 best of ones. It's been an absolute pleasure. And as always, a thank you to everyone who did watch along. Plenty of new viewers in there. To see the amount of viewers and all the chit chat happening in the Valorant main channel is incredible. So a massive shout out to all you, onto the YouTube channel as well, and all the extras and the local LPL stuff as well. It's a real big privilege and an honor for us to be a part of it all. So thank you so much. And obviously a massive shout out to Vodafone and LG. That's going to be us for tonight. Take care, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.